Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. This is Pamela, and you are watching Pam Entertainment TV, where we review movies, television series, and incidents in pop culture to see how those incidents may or may not affect our daily lives. Listen, I came on just a little bit early because this is going to be my first time watching a court hearing live, and I want to make sure that I have all my stuff together. I don't think that the hearing, the live stream it'll start in about 5 minutes, but I wanted to take that opportunity to make sure that I've got all my stuff together. You know what I mean? And if this is something that I can definitely do, I do want to be able to stream it. I do want to be able to do that. Let me move this over here. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? I'm just a little early today. And if you all want to support the channel, hit that like button. That is free 99. Hit that like button. And again, if you like what you see, consider subscribing. Let's play a little music while we're waiting. And we're basically waiting for the feed to start. And I'll play a little bit of music. While we're waiting for the feed to start, there's just some just to let you all know that I've got another live that's coming up after this, depending on how long this live, particularly how long we stay on this particular live. But I do have another live coming up in regards to Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni. There's some information that has come out, and I am seeing that people are really coming around to. Everybody is on the teat of Candace Owens, but I think if you've been in the chats and the lives with my entertainers, we had come up with that theory before we even knew anything about what she was talking about. But we had come up with that theory about possibly there was some strife, marital strife going along, and possibly there was some flirting or anything like that. Because, like I said, that's what we kind of go over in our lives. So if you are wanting to be a part of that live, y'all come around. I do have it scheduled for 7:30 today, but we will see. We will see. Also, looks like things are starting to show. Looks like things are starting to wind up over there. So the first day of hearing happened on Thursday or Friday. It happened Friday. So we got the opening statements from the prosecution and we got the opening statements from the defense. And then they started calling witnesses. So we should be in the middle of witness statements and the prosecution's case at this point. They had preliminary hearings earlier. Was it like a year or so ago? Anyway. So we're going to go ahead and review that information. And like I said, things are starting to heat up. Hey. Y'all hit that like button. What we're doing is waiting for the feed to start. I came on just a little bit early so that I can make sure I got everything looking decent, since I'll be around for quite a while. All right. So we're just waiting for the feed to come up. And while we're waiting for that feed to come up, we'll wait for the feed to come up. Once the feed comes up, we will definitely get started. This is the Rakeem Mayers, aka ASAPROCKY. He is being tried by the state of California with weapons discharge and assault charges. This is the second day of trial. It looks like from I saw that they're looking for this to be anywhere from 5 to 15 days. That's what they've got it scheduled out for. If you're not familiar with this case, apparently ASAPROCKY, the ASAP Collective, I guess is what it's called. There's a whole lot of folks in there named ASAP. You got ASAPROCKY, ASAP Ferg, ASAP this and that. I'm just kidding with that, but there's a lot of them. But apparently there was some strife between ASAPROCKY and ASAP Relli. Now, from what my understanding was, because I did a video about this probably over a year or so ago, someone in the ASAP Collective has passed away, and ASAPROCKY had told the family members of that person that they would pay for the funeral cost. And ASAP Relli was confronting, or there was a confrontation about it. And then from there, everything just kind of escalated. They apparently met, ASAPROCKY was having he was doing a concert out in LA. I don't know what ASAP Relli was doing, but it was supposed to be ASAPROCKY, ASAP Relli, ASAP 12E, and there was another ASAP. However, so they decided that they were going to meet up. I think that there was text messages and all kinds of things that they were going to decide to meet up. They went to go meet up. an argument ensued. There is video evidence showing the argument ensued, and they're also showing that someone in a black hoodie, who the prosecution has identified as Rakeem Mayers, aka ASAP Rocky, uh, was holding a gun. They've got video evidence from security cameras in the area. They don't show the actual shooting, and some of the video is quite grainy. But they do hear sounds, and we do have people who have called the police because they have heard the shots ring out. When the police get there, the victim is not there. No one is there. And the police, I guess, does a canvas. They don't find any type of evidence or anything like that at that time. Now, I am unsure as to so you have that information. We also have the fact that the victim in this case, ASAP Relli, he goes home. He gets treatment on his hand because apparently he says that he was grazed by the bullet on his hand. He goes home and he gets some treatment, and all of this comes up because he's suing ASAP Rocky for medical bills. So in the midst of that civil trial, we get the fact that there was a gun discharged and all those other things. And California has very strict. They have stricter gun laws, and that all stemmed from way back in the Black Panther days. It was all right for certain people to hold guns, but it wasn't all right for other people to hold guns. So what they've done is that they made the gun laws quite strict, and from my understanding, just getting a gun license in California is difficult because I think you have to take some kind of test or something like that. And they said that the test is quite difficult. I don't know. I guess they're trying to make it so difficult that people won't be able to pass the test in order to have the gun license. And I guess their thought process is, therefore, they won't get the gun. And I'm quite sure, with everything being high in California, that the price of all of that is high as well. And I'm just talking at this point because of the fact that the feed is not up. I will let you see it that the right now the feed is not up. So I'm just having a conversation with you all just to let you know a little bit about more what's going on with this case. So once the people in this, I don't know who triggered who in the civil case. However, it gets back to the prosecution. The police, they understand that this, and I think they said that they didn't find any shell casings or anything like that, but ASAP Rocky goes back to the place. Now, I don't know if he went back 2 days later. I don't know exactly at the time period when he went back to the scene, but he goes back to the scene and he recovers shell casings. And so, to me, that's a big red flag because if he's had those shell casings that there was no chain of order. They have to have a chain of custody for certain things. They don't have all of that, so he gives them that, and then here we are with this case. Prior to jury selection for this case, the prosecution had offered ASAP Rocky a plea deal. He served 18 months with I think it's 18 months with 3 years probation and a certain amount of time for community service. He turned that down. If you did my poll, if you were on my page, on this page, Pam Entertainment TV, I did a little poll like, what is ASAP Rocky's defense going to be? And gave you a couple of selections, but his defense is that what he had was a starter pistol. And so therefore the starter pistol could not cause cannot cause assault because it wouldn't fire any rounds to hurt anybody. I guess that is the understanding of the defense as I know it. So we're just going to wait and see what is going on. I did want to just go back and forth to let y'all see that we are awaiting. We are definitely awaiting them to come into the courtroom so that we can definitely get started. Let me do this. Let me check and make sure that another feed is not working. So we've got it looks like we are also going to be looking at what's his name? Officer Zizzo. We're still going to be looking at his testimony when this comes back. We're just waiting for the feed to come in. They're having a little, you know how courts do. They seem like they have more downtime than uptime. So we're just going to wait and see. And again, if you're watching, please hit that like button. This is my first continuous live stream where we're going to be reacting to and monitoring court hearings. So I've got everything ready. I've got my humidifier going. I got my candle going. I have my comfy chair, comfortable. And so as soon as this feed comes up, we're going to see more testimony from Officer Zizzo, Sergeant Zizzo. And it's my understanding, just the gossip side of this, is that he is the son of one of the ladies who plays on Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, I believe it is. So I guess that's part of his claim to fame as well. Let's see who's here. Hey, Blue. Just waiting. This is my first little long live stream. I'm just waiting for this the feed to come up. And then once it comes up, we're gonna watch. So I've got my coffee, I've got my water, I've got everything ready to do this long haul over here. Woo, child. Let's see. All right, I think I'm gonna change the background. They are not coming up. All right.
Mr. Efron, also known as Relli, is going to be called to the stand today. Is that right? That is the plan, yeah. All right.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see. I hope so, because I've got 1,100 subs now, and so a lot of it has to do with this type of content. I didn't realize that this type of content would be popular, so I'm going to continue this type of content, and let's see what's going on. But thank you so much here. Come on, Judge. We want to hear what you got to say.
Really important witness to both sides. That's patently obvious. The jury is entitled to know him and about him, consistent with case law and statutory law. The parameters of questioning that I am permitting is based on my consideration of a number of factors, including the evidence code, specifically all aspects of evidence code section 352, the probative value weighed against prejudice, the relevance to issues that the jury will have to decide and discuss, and both sides advocating for their client, and above all, fairness to both sides. The rulings on what Mr. Efron can be questioned about on direct examination and cross-examination from either side.
Did it freeze?
He can be called, he's been identified as ASAPROCKY. He's also been identified as Terrell Efron. Depending on how you wish to address him, you can call him either Relli or Mr. Efron. He is not to be asked any question that asks of him. Oh, and I mentioned, I had told counsel before that they could record what I'm saying now for future, in the future, for later today or any other time. And the people are welcome to also.
We have one more thing.
Oh,
Thank you, Your Honor.
all right, I'll start again. As I said, he can be called by both parties, either Relli or Mr. Efron, whatever the counsel feels most comfortable with. He is not to be asked any question that asks of him or accuses him of being a thief, a liar, an extortionist, or any other derogatory term. He's not to be accused of any type of name. Final argument is a different story. This only applies to how he's going to be addressed. I don't want, well, isn't it true you're a liar, or you're an extortionist, or are you a drug dealer, or anything like that? That is not to be asked. He can be asked about felony convictions involving moral turpitude. I have not seen a rap sheet of Mr. Efron. Does Mr. Efron have any felony convictions?
No.
So if he has no felony convictions, obviously he has no felony convictions involving moral turpitude.
I agree.
And you reviewed his rap sheet?
I did.
I had written in my notes here that if he has felony convictions, I wanted to review his review his rap sheet before he testifies under Evidence Code Section 352. But if he has no felony convictions, then there's no reason for you to examine a rap sheet, even assuming he has one. He is not to be asked about any other involvement in any other criminal activity in which there was no felony conviction. All of that is off limits. So if there has been illegal conduct in the past, if it did not result in a felony conviction involving moral turpitude, it's off limits. The relationship between Rocky and Relli is fair game. All personal contact between Relli and Rocky from the date of the shooting to the present is fair game. Any statement by Relli to anyone regarding his seeking money from Rocky, both pre-incident and post-incident, is fair game. Any personal contact between Relli and Rocky of any kind which predate the shooting by 2 years is fair game. Statements made by Relli to anyone about Rocky for a period from 1 year from 1 year prior to the incident to the present day.
So the judge is basically giving the attorneys instructions about what they can and what they cannot ask when they are questioning ASAP Relli.
If Relli made statements on social media regarding Rocky, that's fair game. Voicemail, fair game. Oral statements made to any person, to anyone, is fair game, as long as, if there's a denial, the recipient must be available. If Relli says he didn't make a statement. Any written statements by Relli to anyone is fair game. The recipient, however, must be available if Relli denies that he made that written statement. Recorded or oral telephone conversations in which Relli is a party is not permitted under Penal Code Section 632, unless all parties to the conversation consent to the recording. Those are the parameters, and that's in stone.
Yeah, we have just questions, not questions, we have specific questions of what they can and cannot.
I just set forth the parameters. If you think that something contravenes what I just said, lodge an objection. Okay, I'm not gonna do any clarifying because, it would take us forever for both sides to go through question after question. I set parameters, both of you know, if you think that on either side, if the question contravenes these parameters, lodge an objection. All right, different topic.
I will say that this prosecutor, he has a style where he's like not combative, but he likes to interrupt. So he has that type of style. I noticed that when the defense was doing their opening arguments, he couldn't get like 5 or 10 words out where he was just objecting. So I know that there is just this kind of style to do that, but I just wanted to make you all aware that he will do stuff like this. So to hear him always interrupting and asking what seems to be very rhetorical questions, because the judge has already stated what he stated, and he'll ask all this basically the same questions. I want you all to know that you'll be getting used to having to get used to that.
The prop gun. Does the prop gun exist?
Your Honor, do you want the witness to go out of now?
What witness? Yes, because we're going to be talking about evidence. Yeah, yes, please step out.
Your Honor, while he's here, the court wanted to inquire of him on the issue of whether he's willing to speak to the defense.
All right, yes. Mr. Relli, the defense, I know, you've been interviewed in the past and you've been examined in court a number of times. The defense would like to, question you further and get an update on any information. It's your decision whether you want to or not. It's optional. You can say, yes, I'm willing to be interviewed, and if you are, that's fine. If you don't want to be interviewed, then you don't have to. It's your decision. But they want to know whether you're willing to sit for an interview. So what's your response?
I respectfully decline.
Okay, all right, will you step out, and we'll have you come back in when we're ready for you.
Can we just make sure, I don't know if either of the defense witnesses are in court right now.
Okay, well, I'm going to, sure.
So just before we're gonna, either the court can,
We're going to deal with that.
no, the court was starting to talk about evidence in the case, and I wanted to make sure that they were not in here while the court was talking about.
Oh, yeah, so Mr. Levin and Mr. Phillips, they are not recording. All right. Does the prop gun exist?
The prop gun existed, yes.
Does it exist now?
I don't know if it exists now. Are you asking, do we have, or are we going to produce it?
Yes.
No.
All right, well, that answers that question. All right, let's deal with Mr. Levin. Is he outside?
Yes.
All right, can you have him come in? And I don't see any reason why, no, we can't.
This judge has such a comfortable style. He's just speaking in very plain language versus other judges that I've seen that are very strict about the language of the law.
That go to this area. Counsel, I don't have a problem with being it. Counsel has an objection. I think it would be well.
Do you see any reason why you can't be in here? I'm going to be talking now about Levin and Phillips, so I'm not talking anymore.
I don't think you should be here.
If you don't think he should be in here, then
I don't think Levin should be here after you're done with me.
he doesn't need to be. Are you Mr. Levin?
I am.
Okay. What's your first name, Mr. Levin?
Lewis, L-O-U-I-S.
California has such a different
Could you give him a piece of paper?
California is different because usually they wouldn't even allow the witnesses to be in the courtroom. The ones that I have seen, that they don't even get to come into the courtroom until they're called to be in the courtroom. But it looks like they just have like the witnesses just sitting in there waiting to come in. I don't know. So we'll see
On the piece of paper, I want you to write your birthday.
Yes.
I don't want you to say it in open court because this is being recorded and the public doesn't need to know your birthday.
Okay.
Once you write down your birthday on a piece of paper, give it to Deputy Bennett. Deputy Bennett, give it to the prosecutors and they can investigate it. Have you done that?
I have.
All right, Mr. Levin, the prosecutors, they want the opportunity to interview you before you take the stand. It's optional. You can agree to do it, or you can refuse to do it. It's just totally up to you. Were you advised of this?
No.
All right. These are the prosecutors, and they just want to explore what you have to offer in this case.
Why don't they know that now? Why have they not interviewed the witnesses that are coming up before now?
Are you willing to be interviewed by them?
No.
All right, step up.
It is. It's way different. I'm just, this is confusing me.
Yeah, I just want you to know, and Relli will be told the same thing. By refusing, this can be brought out on cross-examination that you refuse to be interviewed by the prosecution, which could impact your credibility. But that's totally your decision. If you don't want to talk to the prosecutors, you don't have to. If you agree to, you can. But I just want you to know of the consequences.
I understand that.
You still don't want to speak with them?
Correct.
All right.
I'm assuming he can give an answer as to why he doesn't want to. Correct.
Yeah, if he's asked, yes,
Okay.
of course. If he's asked, if he's confronted with, isn't it true that, we wanted to speak to you and you refused? He'll say yes. And then the prosecution asks, or you can ask, why did you refuse? Sure. If it's touched on direct, it can be touched on, if it's touched on a cross-examination, you can touch on it on redirect. All right, step out, please. And what about Phillips?
Your Honor, before we go on to this first, we still do not have, counsel has never provided the date of the interview with him. How many you were?
Would you wait? I have things
Okay.
in a certain order. What about Phillips?
Again, there's that prosecution. I told y'all he has this particular style where he loves to interrupt.
Okay, call. Can you call? Sure. Did you get the birth date on Mr. Levin?
Yes.
Okay. What is Phillips' first name? Jamel. Jamel? Yes.
Jamel.
Hey, Donna just being real.
Can you are you able to put on speakerphone?
Yes.
All right.
Your Honor, Mr. Phillips is here on speakerphone.
All right. Mr. Jamel Phillips?
Hello, how you doing?
All right, Kathy. All right, Mr. Phillips, I'm the judge in the case. You're aware of the case, yes?
Yes, sir.
All right, two things I want to inquire of you. At some point, you're going to be coming to court to testify. You're aware of that?
Yes, sir.
All right. The prosecution would like the opportunity to interview you before you take the stand, just to find out what you have to offer and what you have to say. It's optional with you. You can either you can agree to be interviewed, or you can refuse. Are you aware of this? Are you aware of this?
Yes, sir.
All right. Will you agree to be interviewed or not?
No, I do not want to be interviewed.
All right. I want you to know, though, if you refuse, then the jury is going to know that you refuse to be interviewed by the prosecution, and it could impact your believability or credibility in the eyes of the jury. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to have you take an off speakerphone, and the phone is going to be given to the bailiff. Mr. Phillips, I want you to give your birth date to the bailiff. No one is going to be able to hear it except her. She's going to write down your birth date, and she's going to give it to the prosecution, because the prosecution is entitled to at least look into your background, and part of that is require that you give your birthday, but it is not going to be broadcasted or publicized in any way.
This is so informal to me. It's like this stuff should have been done by the investigators on both sides.
Do you live here in California?
No,
Do you have a residence here in California?
no, not in my name. No,
Not what?
no,
Do you have a residence anywhere beside New York?
no.
All right, so when you were out here, were you just visiting?
Yes.
Okay, all right, go ahead and take it off speakerphone. All right, and Deputy Bennett, let him know when he's off speakerphone, and then have him give you the birthday. Do you want him on like 24-hour call or is that handled? Okay. Say again?
We'll handle it.
All right, you have a birthday?
We did.
All right, getting back to Mr. Levin, since he's being called as a witness, how many times has he been interviewed by anybody from your office? Right. Sure, twice. Okay, when was the first time?
We've been in August, John,
24?
24,
And where did the interview take place?
in our office in Nashville.
Was the interview recorded in any way?
It was not,
Who was present for the interview?
Ms. Takina and Ms. Mazzoni, along with myself.
How long did the interview last?
I'm trying to recall, Your Honor. About an hour and a half.
All right. Hour and a half. And nobody took notes or prepared a written statement as to what Mr. Levin said?
No, Your Honor, it was a conversation.
I had said that the people are entitled to at least know the sum and substance. Since there's no written recording of what happened, the people are entitled to know the sum and substance of your conversation. So that is to be generated today.
We did that, Your Honor, we provided it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, the court, if the court recalls, Your Honor, the court made an order that they were supposed to turn over the show.
Did they?
What we originally got was, we got a paragraph saying he was gonna talk about his observations, not what the observations were. The day before we started the trial on the 20th, we got approximately a 15-line summary that certainly would not take an hour and a half, with no dates as to when the interview occurred, nothing about who was there. By the way, even now, what they're just told the court is, there's an interview in mid-August, they can't even say what date it was. And what they gave us was simply apparently a combination of
What's the
everything
date?
he said.
I know you know what date it is, so what's the date?
It would have been August 16th or 17th, Your Honor.
All right. When was the second time you interviewed him? About? No, not about. When was the second time?
Or of course, I'd like to have questions to Bill if it, right? On this. We have the same issues with some of the other witnesses as well, right?
All right. Well, let's deal with this and then I'll listen to what you have to say. All right, when was the second time?
It was the 26th, Your Honor.
So 10 days later?
No.
No, 2 days ago, January 26th.
Oh. Where did that interview take place?
That was at our hotel.
How long did that interview take?
Yeah, about the same amount of time, Your Honor, an hour and a half.
So, was that interview recorded anyway?
Don't actually know what's going on with the feed. Well, the feed has gone out, y'all. don't exactly know what's going on.
3 hours worth of interviews. We had a total of about 15 lines. The court's aware, on the 20th, the court expressed skepticism. On the 15th, the court expressed skepticism that the defense did not record it, did not write anything down, did not have any substance as to what was said.
Right.
So apparently, after the court gave that lecture, they conduct another interview 2 days ago, where again, they don't record it, they don't make any notes about it, and they don't turn anything over.
They're not required to. If they choose to do their job that way, then they do their job that way.
They are required to let us know that they have interviewed the defendant or the witness.
Yeah.
They have to let us know that the interview took place, when it took place, who was there. It appears that, again, I'm not gonna pull punches. It's very clear what's going on.
All right, so what do you suggest?
What I suggest is I find completely disingenuous that we have 3 hours now worth of interviews. We got a total of about 15 lines. Very little detail about what's going on. And so if all of a sudden he ends up testifying to more detail than he gave, and the court already has, because we've said it, if he ends up testifying to more detail than what he has previously provided in this miniaturized summary, then we got a discovery violation.
Who's going to be questioning? All right. Are you going to be going into any subjects or areas that are not covered in what you gave to the prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
So there is nothing that you are going to ask about that does not fall within the summary.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, then I think there's been I think discovery's been satisfied.
Well, at least this point,
Right.
we can't demonstrate the discovery is not been satisfied because he hasn't testified yet. Does the court really believe that we have 3 hours of interviews and 15 lines? I don't.
I have. This is not the first time I've been aware that lawyers don't take notes of interviews. If
Well,
Mrs. Siegel represents
It is,
me,
but
that
this
no
is in the
notes
middle
were
of the
taken, and
trial.
Mr. Tackett
This is why
represents me.
I don't understand this. This was supposed to have happened way before now. I mean, because they have an officer that they're still trying to in the middle of testimony. So I'm just confused as to why they're doing all of this on witnesses that they have had for at least 6 months to a year. This is an interesting time to do it now. And again, the judge has a very informal flair about him. So, but the prosecutor, he's got that stick up his tail. So he wants to make sure that the defense is being held to everything. He doesn't want any leeway given to them. So, and again, that's his style. I guess that's the way that he wants to prosecute this case. But I would have thought that this types of stuff would have happened earlier, but this is a motions hearing, so we'll see what they're going to do.
That no notes were taken. I have no basis to disbelieve it. Would I do it that way? No. But if they choose to do it that way, that's their choice. He told you, Mr. Siegel just told you, that any topic that's going to be inquired about is in the summary that you've got. So for now, discovery has been complied with. All right, let's talk about Phillips. When was the first time Phillips was interviewed?
That's what
We were just talking about Levin.
no.
11. We were just talking about Levin, right? We're not talking about Phillips. All right. When was the first time Mr. Phillips was interviewed?
It was a week after we reviewed this letter.
All right, around August 23rd?
That's right.
And where did that
In the office.
happen? Okay, and who was present for that?
Same circumstances, but technically, in this line is only a month.
And how long did that interview take?
Yeah, about an hour, Your Honor.
1 hour? No notes or no report?
No.
Did you provide a detailed outline of the sum and substance?
We did, at the same time, we provided that detailed sentence.
Now, do you intend to go into any areas with Mr. Phillips that are not within the summary that you provided to the prosecution?
There you are.
Okay, how many other times did you interview?
That was it.
That's the only time?
That's right.
Just so it's clear, Your Honor, we provided literally with about 12 lines of Mr. Levin's alleged testimony. The issue is not,
We're talking about Phillips now.
excuse me, Levin was 12 lines, Phillips was 18 lines.
Okay.
And I should just add that the issue is not that they're not gonna cover a new area. It's that, as an example, when Mr. Phillips is talking about the actual incident, there's very little information there. It would appear, as the court is aware, the first thing that they said in discovery was that the witness would testify, quote, about his observations during the incident. So they then followed up with, well, okay, we're now going to tell you apparently a little bit about what he's going to say. So again, Your Honor, this is our concern. Because we've provided with so little of what actually happened, it's not that we're going to introduce a new topic. It's that all of a sudden, these witnesses are going to get on the stand, and the amount of detail they are going to give is going to be completely inconsistent with the minimal information that we were given. When you add in the fact, and again, they're not required to take notes, but they are absolutely required to immediately after provide, if they're not going to take notes or record, an accurate summary and statements of what the witnesses said. So our concern is, we basically were given nothing, almost zero. They're going to get up on the stand after, again, 2 hours for one, an hour for one, 3 hours prior to the other, and they're going to testify in greater detail. That, when you combine that with the prior attempts and not turning over discovery, even after the court's order, leads to the inescapable conclusion that they're not complying with the meaning of the letter and the court's order. So I understand the court doesn't have anything it can do now, but the court has been furnished with the discovery they provided. It's not a long read, as I said.
I haven't been provided any.
It's in, I believe it's in the emails that we have sent. So if not, I will give the court a copy, but it's literally on one page for both of them.
If I'm understanding you, Mr. Siegel, that any topic that you're going to cover on direct examination,
I'll be
Mr.
doing,
Levin,
I'll be doing this, Mr. Phillips.
all right. Am I correct in assuming that any question that is asked on direct examination by either counsel or Mr. Levin and Mr. Phillips is encompassed in the summary that's been given to the prosecution?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, I just wanted yes or no. All right.
I'd like to say more than one word.
Wait. All right. I don't see any other topics to go into.
So comical. And you realize that people lives, they're spending 10, 15, 20, 30 years in jail behind this.
All right.
In terms of, on this issue of total.
For now,
There's a couple of other issues that people have. The first issue relates to, it's not just the real evidence of property. We've been furnished with only 2 witnesses that they're calling.
Right.
It is our understanding there will be no other witnesses that will be called to testify about property. The court's aware. Counsel and I have been asking for days, in email the court is talking to you, are you planning on producing the gun in this
he
case?
said no.
Well, they refused to answer that question the last week we've been asking. They've also answered the second question, are they now planning, which would be against the court's discovery order, to call any other witness regarding the property information? Can the court please inquire? We've only been told there's 2 witnesses they're calling, plus maybe the defendant.
So any other witnesses that you intend to call or reasonably intend to call?
But the only possibility is sitting right to my right, Your Honor, right?
All right, so it's either the Levin, Phillips, and Rossi, or just Levin and Phillips.
The next issue that we would have, Your Honor, is we want to make sure, there have been times where counsel has asked to approach, but he still wanted to be on the record. Our position going forward is that unless it is something having to do with an issue with the jury. The prior time occurred before the jury was selected. Counsel made certain arguments in open court, then he asked to approach, and he made different arguments, but he wanted to do it on the record. Unless the court orders it, and there's a good reason, the last time this happened, Your Honor, as the court is aware, counsel elected at his request to give a speech that he was very happy with this jury, wanted it to be known that he was happy with the
Give
jury.
a speech.
You are.
Stop, don't interrupt.
Oh, okay, fine.
You'll have a chance.
Oh, I know what he should.
You'll have a chance.
I know
Wait
what
till
he's
he
doing.
finishes, then you will have a
I
chance.
know what he's doing.
Do not interrupt neither of you interrupt the other.
He said, I need to say something in open court. And then he made a statement about how they were very happy with the jury. Clearly, it didn't matter to the court. He then asked to approach. When we asked to approach, he said he wanted to do it on the record. On the record. But outside the press, he then complains about jury selection, about a specific juror, etc. We are not going to participate in Mr. Tapapina's attempts to manipulate the media. Again, that ties into the fact that when the case started, I very kindly said to Mr. Tapapina, hey, listen, I know you've been speaking to the media before trial. There was no worry of every right.
I wonder if Rihanna's gonna show up.
He assured me in front of my co-counsel, the response was, John, I would never do that. I won't be saying anything to the press. In the meantime, he is speaking, I already sent the court this, he's speaking to TMZ, he likes to say things to the press as he leaves the building. We took him at his word, that he wasn't gonna be talking to the press while the pendency of this trial was going on. This is necessity, as an example, we ended up hearing his arguments basically about the jury issues repeated by Al Sharpton. We're not going to try this case in the press. We're going to ask the court at this point to order Mr. Tapapina to not speak to the press during the pendency of this trial.
Okay, I guess I'll start in reverse. First of all, I'd like him to provide a quote of what I said to the press, because one thing I've never done is speak about the facts of this case since the jury's been out. Never. Okay? But I do have here a quote from the district attorney, Mr. Hoffman, who did quote to Extra that he appreciates any time defense counsel is pretty sure they're going to prevail, but we don't bring cases unless we're very sure we can win those cases by establishing and meeting our burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I believe that when we see the evidence that's going to be presented in this case, we'll meet that burden. So that's their district attorney. Okay? So I should be able to rebut something like that. That's different. That's saying we're going to win the case, we know the evidence, and we'll meet our burden. I talked about nothing other than the potential issues with the jury. I didn't speak about the facts, I didn't speak about Mr. Efron. And I won't do that. Now, the last thing he said was I spoke to TMZ. Again, I defy him to provide to the court what I spoke about, because I didn't violate any order. First of all, there's no order. But I certainly, I know enough not to speak about the facts of the case. By the way, I didn't openly say it to the jury. Certainly, I would never say anything outside of that opening statement, but I didn't even do that, Your Honor. I simply talked about the issue with the jury. And the reason I did that is because he just did again what he did the other day. Stood up and said, we're not happy with this jury. Try and get that message back to the jury that we're not happy with them. That is not the case. But, Your Honor, the reason I raised the issue about maybe we would have selected a different jury, or certainly a different juror or two, is because of the late disclosure of the ballistics report after a jury was impaneled. And we have a right to make that record. It doesn't mean I'm unhappy with the jury. So, speaking of disingenuous, we're going to now get into disingenuous. But I did nothing but protect the record, protect my client. So that's first and foremost. So again, the issue that I spoke about off record was caused by their late disclosure of a report that was generated over a year ago by their lead detective in this case. That Mr. Lewin wants everyone to believe he just stumbled upon 3 days ago. He just stumbled upon 3 days ago.
You don't have to whisper, just talk.
Try to get that middle ground in.
Just talk in the normal tone of voice.
That he just stumbled upon 3 days ago.
That's the New Yorker in him.
That's disingenuous. I don't believe it. Well, I don't believe that they just found that report from their lead detective who they interacted on a daily basis in this case, 3 days ago. I don't believe it. That was done in January 2020.
I already made findings.
I understand.
In my view, nothing nefarious. I don't wanna go over things that we've already gone over.
Well, we just did, we still have to do it.
He's asking that, that both sides be directed not to make comments to the press. That's what he's asking for now. I'm not poking fingers, I'm not accusing anybody of any unethical conduct. Let's just move forward. Here's what I want to
I
have.
have no things.
Oh, go ahead.
All right, I just listened.
Go.
Now, we heard a little about the discovery issues about, this not being enough. I mean, I think this is incredibly detailed when it comes to Mr. Phillips, especially if this is a videotape. This is really detailed. Tell what he's going to observe at the scene, what he's going to testify to, what he observed at the scene. Putting that aside,
Based on what I've heard, I am satisfied, under the circumstances, that both sides have satisfied this discovery rule.
so let's.
So there's no reason to go over about whether you have complied with discovery. I already found that you did.
Okay, now I want to talk about Ben. There was a police officer, the first one out of the box, Sergeant Zizzo.
Right.
The only thing we have from them, because, I assume the rules apply to both sides, right? The only thing we have from them is a few-line email saying we spoke to him on Wednesday. He testified Friday before. We spoke to him on Wednesday, and Jack, you have the email? Here's what we have from them on Officer Zizzo, that they spoke to him on Wednesday, which the officer denied on the witness stand, by the way. He said the first time he spoke with him, substance was the debate of his testimony. He said that he advised the district attorney that he responded to the shooting while on patrol, and it's common occurrence that the receiver called the shooting and respond only either to find no evidence or the victim, but also sometimes find out whoever called was intentionally misrepresenting. 2 sentences, that's the discovery. He testified that 1, he may have missed the bullet casings, and 2, he didn't know where to look. 2 sort of important things, and he didn't agree, he didn't search the entire street. That was not in their disclosure. Not their disclosure at all. But yet I'm being accused of not giving them the right information. First of all, I don't have the date. There's nothing in that disclosure that they interviewed Friday before his testimony. We don't even have that interview. We don't have that date. We have Wednesday only. The witness said, no, I didn't speak to him on Wednesday. So that was just about logistics. Okay, so before we start casting aspersions, I was going to even raise it tomorrow. Just happen. I understand this is trial. But, being that we're now throwing stones, let's pull the kettle back.
Let's not throw stones.
Well, I know, but they started. So I'm going to respond.
This is a no squabbling zone.
Oh, after he swallows. Well, I'm swallowing back.
Squabble up.
Squabble
up.
You're doing a good job squabbling. All right.
Ugh.
Regarding what Sergeant Zizzo testified, did he write a report?
He did not write the report, but he obviously before he body worn video.
That's been provided.
That was provided.
All right.
Years ago.
You're an experienced attorney. All of you are experienced attorneys. Sometimes, a witness will say something that is not in a report. That's to be expected. A report is a summary, a sum and substance of what the witness said. It's much more fleshed out when the witness is on the stand.
Well, I agree with that. I'm okay with that. I'm not even going to raise the fact that he said he didn't speak to him on Wednesday and he only spoke to him. I don't do that. It's petty.
It is petty.
But I want to make sure that what's good for the goose is good for the gander. That when Mr. Phillips testifies and he says something, a word that's not in this thing, it's not like, you didn't tell that to the lawyers because it's just not right. This is not a transcribed statement. There will be nothing outside the scope of this. But the same way I didn't get anything from them regarding I may have missed the shell cases. I didn't get a report that said that, or statement.
Again, to be repetitious, I do not find either side has violated any discovery statute or any discovery rule. Regarding the press, the jury has been told not to read or watch anything about this case. I'm going to assume that they followed that rule. But what I am concerned about is someone that the jury knows is going to read or watch something about the case and then relate it to the jury. So here's the rule. I don't want any attorney in this case saying anything to the press while the case is going on. That's it. So you can call it a gag order.
We will advise, obviously, courts where we've said nothing. We will advise the DA as well. To be clear, the DA responded to Mr. Tacopina's published report where he dared, quote, Nathan Hockman can try the case himself. But we're gonna tell the DA.
Let's move forward. Yeah, just let everybody know in your office who may say something, tell them not to say anything to the media or the press.
Will do, Your Honor. We had two last issues which are brief. The first issue is we're gonna request, we made this request before. Counsel and I've tried many cases in front of the court. If there's anything even close, I 402 in advance. If there's any evidentiary issue, which is even a close call, in terms of the defense introducing, bringing up, asking questions, we want to make sure that they ask an approach and that we 402. You don't want to be in a position to have to unring the bell.
That goes for both sides.
Finally, Your Honor, the court is aware. On Friday, it doesn't really matter what the circumstances were. Mr. Tacopina literally started screaming at me in the. So again, Your Honor, I have not interrupted Mr. Tacopina. As I see, Mr. Tacopina makes noises. Again, if there's got to be a certain decorum, we're following it. But you can't bring a knife to a gunfight. So we would appreciate, as the court is respectfully instructed, when one lawyer is talking, the other lawyer not interrupt. Mr. Tacopina, as court is aware, started literally screaming at me in the courtroom. He basically appeared to challenge me to a fight. And again, I've been doing this longer than he has. I've not had that experience here before. I'm not going to be treated that way by
Wait a minute. I'm sorry for yelling, y'all. Is the prosecution the defense wanted him to squabble up? Y'all, come on now. Come on now. This is too funny. Did you see ASAPROCKY's expression? Let's continue this.
I'm certainly not going to be treated that way in a court where I practiced for more than 30 years and in front of a judge I deeply respect. He doesn't have to like me, he doesn't have to get along with me, but he cannot be screaming at me, whether on or off the record. The court was here. The court, I mean, everyone heard and saw it. It's not right. So I'm just asking that the court, again, Mr. Tacopina is an emotional guy, that the court advises him.
And you are, both of you are zealous attorneys, aggressive attorneys, both of you are.
We are between zealous and aggressiveness. The court has not heard of me yell or scream at anybody. And again, and it's not a request. I'm not going to take that.
All right, why don't we do this? I did not hear you yell. I did not hear it. If it did happen, it wasn't in my presence. Because you two have this relationship, why don't you not talk to each other unless it's on the record?
Oh, that's.
And then I am involved.
That train is silly. Yes, absolutely, I agree with that. But I want to respond now, because, I can't have it always one way. He makes a record, disparaging remarks, and then I sit here. So, no one screamed, you were right there, Your Honor. What's happened, and Mr. Siegel was with me, is Mr. Lewin comes up with his little scolding, sort of bullying attitude, telling me we don't know the rules here, and we're not doing this right, and he didn't like the opening statement, and so on. So I respond, I don't need a lecture from him. okay? I'm not gonna go into the amount of phone calls I got regarding him and his reputation before this trial started, from lawyers I don't even know, including lawyers inside the district attorney's office currently, okay? I'm not gonna go into it, Your Honor, 'cause I'm not petty.
No, and now you're interrupting him. Just that, you are complaining about him interrupting you, you're interrupting him. Don't.
I'm not going into it, Your Honor, I just don't want to do that, but please, there was no one yelling, you were right here, there was an argument between both sides, both of us, I agree. That's not gonna happen, because I'm not gonna speak to get off the record, so you're right about that, that's number one.
I have
Number
never
two.
seen nothing like this.
You know, I have to also.
Y'all let me know down in the comments. Hold on just one moment. Y'all let me know down in the comments. Do you think it's because the defense attorney is from New York and he has that New York bravado? What is really going on? Because the prosecution is I don't know what's going on with this. But do you think he's intimidated by the bravado? What is going on? Because this is a war of personalities. Because you see that the judge has almost like a laissez-faire type attitude, very informal, expecting each side to have a level of decorum that he doesn't have to continue to go back over. But at this point, it's like he's arguing with two little kids.
I don't want to even talk about that. Your Honor was here. That's the end of that. Mr. Lewin did something last week that was inappropriate. The reason I'm raising it is because I don't want it to happen again. This week, Mr. Mayor's significant other may appear here. Last week, Mr. Lewin is his playbook apparently from the lawyers went up to my client's family and told my client's family that's not personal, but they should really, hopefully, he's really thought about taking a plea because he's facing a lot of jail time and saying things that played on the emotions of the family. He should have no communication with the defendant's family. I've heard he's done that in every case. That's right here. Not to communicate with anyone on this side of the fence. Not the client's family, not the client's relative, not the client's friends, because it's inappropriate.
So, Your Honor, so what happened was, I walked up very kindly to the defendant's mother and sister, and I said the following: listen, I'm very sorry that you're having to go through this. I have a kid myself, I have siblings myself, I know it's not difficult, it's not personal, and I'm truly sorry for what you are having to endure.
All right.
And then I said as follows: I hope that your brother and your son, I hope that he's really evaluated what he is risking here, because he is a lot.
All right, there's nothing that prohibits,
At the time.
I've heard enough, There's nothing that prohibits what Mr. Lewin did. You've heard now that the defense does not want you to approach anyone from that side, so don't approach anyone from that side. It's as simple as that. All right.
Trying to get the family to get Rocky to take the plea deal.
Another one?
Yeah, unfortunately,
What is
Mr. Lewin bring up, what is it too, every moment. I just want the record clear on this. But it's, the defense doesn't need to preview our impeachment material on an eliminating motion. Mr. Lewin keeps saying, we need to bring it to the court's attention or his attention when we plan on introducing or using evidence so that he can have a 402 hearing. The law is crystal clear. If I don't need to go further, I won't, because we're on the same page. But the law is crystal clear that there's no rule of law that would require the defense to disclose evidence gathered by an investigator who may tentatively be called by the defense for impeachment purposes. That's Hubbard versus Superior Court. I'll continue. People versus Hunter. Section 105, 4.3, subdivision A1 provides that, quote, defendant and his or her attorney shall disclose to the prosecuting attorney his or her intended witnesses together with any relevant written or recorded statements of those persons or reports and statements of those persons, which we complied with. But the court goes on, but that does not include impeachment statements.
All right, go ahead.
But that does not include impeachment statements a defendant obtains from prosecution witnesses. The prosecutor is not entitled to statements impeaching prosecution witnesses. That's People versus Hunter. People versus Sloan. Here, the defense, the court noted, could use the messages on the tape to impeach a witness without disclosing the tape to the prosecution. The prosecutor was wrong that using the tape for impeachment was the same as introducing it into evidence. A few more cases. People versus Ledesma.
The court noted, to the extent the evidence at issue was submitted to impeach, counsel may have been unwilling to give the prosecution the benefit of a preview of the defense case in order to obtain such rulings, which is what apparently Mr. Lewin is seeking to do now. But the court noted that the defense was appropriate in the way it proceeded. Two more. Zaga versus Superior Court.
This is Zaga, yes.
Right. The defense is not required to disclose any statements it obtains from prosecution witnesses it may use to refute the prosecution's case during
And
cross-examination.
you're gonna mention Tillis.
I'm going to mention Morrison, in which the court noted, nor did the discovery statutes obligate counsel to disclose she would impeach a witness with evidence of prior misconduct, particularly in that case, gun detention. Now, I understand
While they're
the
talking about all these
prosecution
rules, I
wants to
just
do
saw
that,
on
but
X
what
that
is required?
looks like Rihanna
That
may
matter
make an
all of the
appearance in
impeachment
court
material
this
that we have
this week.
arises from their own discovery.
All right, let me tell you my view on impeachment. I'm aware of this is Zaga, but that's a California Supreme Court case. There's another California Supreme Court case that's called People versus Tillis, Tillis.
I've seen it.
Both of them say the same thing. Impeachment evidence does not have to be disclosed. Impeachment witnesses, once the decision has been made to call them, does have to be disclosed. But the evidence does not.
Very good.
All right, we are at 5 minutes to go. I don't want the jury to wait, so let's give Kathy a break, and if anybody wants to use the facilities, they can. I want to get started right at 10:30.
Right, I just have one thing before we witness it, just logistics. And what's logistics, not controversial. The piece of evidence we put in on the defense.
All right, so they're going to regroup, and then we're going to come back into the courtroom. So, what do y'all think? I'm still laughing at the fact that the prosecution said that the defense is wanting to squabble up with him, and he does not take kindly to that. So he wants the judge to admonish him for that. Oh, these people are. This is craziness again, and again, this is just motions that they wanted to have before the hearing that they had to settle up. But some of the things that they had going on, I really wish that they had settled up prior to this. Even before they sat down, I wish they would have settled some of this, because some of these witnesses have been deposed over a year ago. So I'm still perplexed that this prosecutor says, I don't want him to be screaming and hollering at me and threatening to hurt me. And that's why I was asking, do you all think it's because of the fact that it sounds like the defense attorney is from New York and he has a very brash speaking voice? So, but again, and also again, this is what's also because I do not profess to be a lawyer. I just enjoy this stuff. But what's interesting to me is that the prosecution and because sometimes I know that the defense hasn't talked to some people, and I do understand that if there's a defense witness, the prosecution may not have access to them sometimes. But if they're prosecution witnesses, I am just amazed that the prosecution hasn't talked with them, and then are upset that the defense has talked to the witness, or they don't have all the stuff. Interesting. But I don't blame the prosecution. They don't want to be blindsided. But again, the defense is not obligated to give them all the information that they request. They're just obligated to give them that they have talked to these people, and the question, and possibly some of the questions that they've asked them, or a summary of what was asked. So we will just continue to see what's going on. So those of you all that are here, please hit that like button. We're just going to continue to go over this. So again, we've got the the prosecution and the defense going over information about witnesses that they've had. And a couple of these witnesses, apparently the prosecution should have had knowledge of and should have been reviewing. And so the defense is also adding some more witnesses, and the prosecution is just arguing that they didn't have access to those witnesses, and that the defense is saying, or the prosecution was upset that these two witnesses, that there is no written summary or anything like that from the judge's rule. Hey, if that's their style, that's their style. You'll be able to answer these questions. So we're just pretty much waiting on what's going on. So, and like I said, let's kind of go back.
But I want to make sure that what's good for the goose is good for the gander. That when Mr. Phillips testifies and he says something, a word that's not this thing, it's not like, you didn't tell that to the lawyers. It's just not right. No one, this is not a transcribed statement. There will be nothing outside the scope of this. But the same way I didn't get anything from them regarding.
I went back too far. I didn't want to go back that far.
So, Your Honor, so what happened was I walked up very kindly.
I'm not complaining about him interrupting you. You're interrupting him. Don't.
I'm not going into it, Your Honor. I just don't want to do that. But please, there was no one yelling you were right here. There was an argument between both sides, both of us. I agree. And that's not going to happen because I'm not going to speak to get off the record. So you're right about that. That's number one. Number two, I have to also raise an issue, and I'm not past that. I don't want to talk about that. Your Honor's here. That's the end of that. Mr. Lewin did something last week that was inappropriate. The reason I'm raising it is because I don't want it to happen again. This week, Mr. Mayor's significant other may appear here. Last week, Mr. Lewin is his playbook apparently from the lawyers going up to my client's family and told my client's family that's not personal, but they should really, hopefully he's really thought about taking a plea because she was facing a lot of jail time and saying things that played on the emotions of the family. He should have no communication with the defendant's family. I've heard he's done that in every case. That's right here. Well, I don't want him, I want the court to instruct him not to communicate with anyone on this side of the fence. Not the client's family, not the client's relatives, not the client's friends, because it's inappropriate.
So, Your Honor, so what happened was I walked up very kindly to the defendant's mother and sister, and I said the following. Listen, I'm very sorry that you're having to go through this. I have kids myself. I have siblings myself. I know it's not difficult. It's not personal. I'm truly sorry for what you are having to endure.
All right.
And then I said as follows. I hope that your brother and your son, I hope that he's really evaluated what he is risking here, because he is a lot.
All right. There's nothing that prohibits.
At the time,
I've heard enough. I've heard enough. There's nothing that prohibits what Mr.
So the court is on a break. They're going to start back. Looks like it's 10:40. I think it's about 10:43, 10:44 there. So what we'll do, if you all need time to take a quick break, I'm going to do that. I'm going to give us some music, and we will take a quick break, and we'll reconvene in maybe like 5 minutes. All right.
Damn.
All right, so we're back. What I was looking for is I was looking for the specific testimony from the initial officer, Officer Zizzo. And like I said earlier, uh, we do understand that Rihanna will be in court this week. We don't know when she's coming, but we know she's coming. And so we're going to definitely wait on that. Oh, no, that's not what I want. I just want. Let's just go back over some of the opening statements. Let me share my screen real quick. And so this is from day one. So this is what we're going to be listening to from day one. Hold on.
If you are a note taker, that would be the time to start taking notes.
Let's go. And this is just a refresher for the opening statement from the prosecution.
Now I'm going to move to the second location, that at Vista Del Mar in Selma, and I'm going to pre-warn you, it's a little small, it's at a distance, so you're going to want to focus your attention at the top left-hand corner.
Now, this is supposed to be the video from a
Now, let's go
security
over the
camera.
details. As I said, the people that are involved, the location, and I'll give you an explanation of what you've seen on these two videos. This case takes place in the heart of Hollywood. This is the iconic Hollywood and Vine. The picture you see here is just a demonstrative picture of that intersection, but it's an iconic intersection in Hollywood. That intersection is about one block one block west and one block north of the crime scene. So for those of you who are familiar with Hollywood and that intersection, it's a pretty big landmark, and that's where I want to focus your attention. Now, the actual shooting in this case takes place on a much smaller street, Selma and Vista Del Mar. But this is the area around where that shooting took place. It is a very densely populated part of Hollywood, and there are some landmarks on there that you might be familiar with, just so that you can familiarize yourself with the location that we're talking about. The Capitol Records building at the top, the W Hotel, and Hollywood Boulevard. The shooting, as you've seen, occurred just outside of a parking lot on that corner of Vista, Del Mar, and Selma. That was a parking lot at the time that was full of cars, and it was ringed by a nightclub on the corner, a sound studio, a hotel, and 3 different apartment buildings right around. As I said, densely populated. This was also Saturday night. Saturday, November 6, 2021 at about 10 p.m. in Hollywood. This is a time that Hollywood is busy. Now that you understand kind of the locations that.
So this is where the prosecution was outlining where the incident takes place. I'm going to fast forward it just a little bit right here. These are going to be the people who were present at the time. We've got ASAPROCKY, and down here below, down here, this is ASAP Relli. I don't know if he's ASAP 12V or not, and one of them is ASAP Ills. So we want to get to the video. I do want to show the video. Let's get right here because then they're going to show us the video of the altercation.
Right outside of that parking garage. The second happens at that corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar. And that's where the firearm was actually discharged, where the gunshots were fired. So the first location I want to focus on is that where the initial confrontation happens. This location is the entrance and exit of a parking structure. This is that parking structure entrance if you were standing in Argyle and you were facing towards Selma. So Hollywood Boulevard would be to your back. And the entrance is on the left-hand side there. And what you will see in the videos, this parking lot entrance has those hanging indicators on from the roof that tell you how tall the garage is, so that if you are driving a tall car, you don't, of course there's a fly buzzing around me, you don't run your car into the roof of the parking structure. And I point that out because when you watch the video, you'll actually see that red indicator as a kind of a line through the video, so you know what that is. At the mouth of that parking entrance, there are cameras that are facing the sidewalk. Those are the first view that we saw. And these cameras capture the initial encounter between the victim, Mr. Efron, who you see there, and the defendant, Mr. Mayers. And you can see that Ills is the first one to intervene to try to separate the two of them. And then at the very bottom of the screen, you see 12E putting his hand to try to also intervene and help separate them.
So we do see them coming up. We see who they identify as ASAPROCKY walking up. They're out of the frame, and then you see there's a pushing going back out into the frame and then right back out of the frame. So it looks like it starts from the street, then it goes into the parking garage. We see a little bit of it, and then they push into the parking garage. You see the lighter-skinned black male, and I think that's ASAP Ills. He is trying to pull Efron back off of, looks like who they have identified to be ASAPROCKY.
Now I know it goes by quickly, and you're not as familiar with all these people, so I want to kind of break it down a little bit for you and show you what the evidence that you're going to receive throughout this case. The first person that you see in that video is the victim, Mr. Efron. The second person who you see, who is instantly confrontational with Mr. Efron, is the defendant, Mr. Mayers. You see on the video that Mr. Mayers is immediately aggressive towards Mr. Efron. He's pulling at Mr. Efron's sweatshirt, and he's pushing Mr. Efron backward and pushes him off camera, out of camera view.
Let me go back real quick. Let me go back because I may have misspoken.
See that Ills is the first one to intervene to try to separate the two of them. And then at the very bottom of the screen, you see As you can imagine, anyone pointing a gun at you would upset you. Indicator through
They play it so quickly, y'all. I'm just.
You see on the video that Mr. Mayers is immediately aggressive towards.
So they're saying that this man right here is ASAP Relli, and this man right here is ASAPROCKY. So the person who has their back to the sign right here is supposed to be ASAP Relli, and that this right here is ASAPROCKY.
Mr. Efron. He's pulling at Mr. Efron's sweatshirt, and he's pushing Mr. Efron backward and pushes him off camera, out of camera view. The third person that you see, as I told you, is Elijah Ulanger, who also goes by ASAP Ills, or he might just be referred to as Ills throughout this. If you look closely, you can actually see his stage name embroidered on the jacket that he's wearing there. And what he attempts to do is to de-escalate the situation, to get between the two men and to physically separate them. And you'll see that all three of them go off screen for a period of time. Mr. Efron will tell you that during the period of time that they are off screen is when the defendant first produces that semi-automatic pistol from his waistband. He pulls it out of his waistband and he's holding it to Mr. Efron. Mr. Efron will tell you that the defendant.
This ASAP Relli. This looks like ASAP Relli, and then right here is ASAP Ills.
Pointed the gun at his chest and was essentially trying to point the gun around Ills, who was between them. That at the time that he was pointing the gun at Mr. Efron, he was also threatening Mr. Efron. I'm going to kill you. Keep in mind, these men have known each other for a long time. And Mr. Efron will tell you, in his state of mind, he never believed that he was going to be shot. He never believed that the defendant would actually shoot him. He will tell you that had this been a stranger, someone he didn't know as well, he would have been petrified. As you can imagine, anyone pointing a gun at you would upset you. But he knows the defendant. He knows.
So I'm going to go up until they show where they identify that there is a firearm, and then we're going to fast forward to the officer Zizzo and his testimony.
That Mr. Mayers is not going to shoot him. He knows so much so that he'll tell you he looked at the defendant and said, if you brought a gun, you should shoot it. That's how confident he is that he knows the defendant is not going to pull that trigger. Now, the fourth person you can barely see on this video as they come back into frame, I told you, is Jamel Phillips, who goes by 12E or ASAP 12. And you can just see his hand at the very bottom of the screen. When they come back on screen, and specifically when Mr. Mayers comes back on screen, you can see the gun in his hand. You will hear that that gun that he's holding is a semi-automatic pistol, or has features that are consistent with a semi-automatic pistol. Right now, as he's paused on the screen, you can see that he's holding that gun behind his back. But you will also see the gun come forward in front of his body before he ultimately tucks it back into his waistband.
All right, so we're going to stop there. Making sure, because I think that there is another video. Now, this video is quite grainy. We're going to get it set up. And we're going to watch that. And then again, because court is still on break. And then we're going to watch this. And then we're going to watch the testimony of the officer one more time.
Important about that video, because the video does not capture the shooting at location number 3. What location number 3 captures is audio. And it captures the sound of the gun being fired twice. This is the location number 2, where the camera, the video that actually captured that shooting was. You can see the cameras at the very top corner of the building, and it's about 3 properties away from the location that we're seeing. So again, the video is captured at a distance. It's a admittedly grainy video. It's not the most clear that you could possibly have, but it captures enough features that you can identify who is who when you watch this video. So I told you the main video that you're watching is from location number 2, and that smaller location number 3 is in the corner. Before I play the video, I want to orient you to what you're seeing. Along the top is Vista Del Mar. The parking lot is just out of view of the camera at the top of the screen. Along the top left-hand corner is Selma, forms that intersection. The red arrow is the defendant, Mr. Mayers. And the green arrow is the victim, Mr. Efron. Okay. Now, what you see as the video plays is the various cameras on location number 2 switching between 3 different cameras that are mounted to that building. What's important about that, towards the end of the video, you'll see as Mr. Mayers is running away from the location, running down Vista Del Mar towards El Centro, he trips a floodlight that's motion activated. And when you watch the video closely, that floodlight is captured by both locations. So location number 2 and location number 3, those cameras each capture that floodlight turning on. And when you watch the videos together, you can see that moment in time when the lights flash on, line up. And that's how you know the sound correlates with the video that you're seeing playing at the same time from a different location. Now, I told you, we all know the video from location number 2 is from a distance. If you zoom in on the area where this incident happened, and we will play a zoomed in version of this video, what you see is a very pixelated image. But what even that captures still are the colors the individuals are wearing, which is how you can distinguish who is who on the video. You'll see Mr. Efron on the far left. Ills is just next to him. 12E, who's wearing the red jacket, is just next to Ills. And then the defendant, who's wearing all black, is at the bottom of the screen. Again, I understand if you watch this video one time, you may not pick up these features, but as you watch it repeatedly, you'll be able to tell who is who. And you'll also be able to tell.
You see how blurry that is? I mean,
because they walk in front of other cameras that are far more clear, that you can easily identify.
You see how blurry that is? I mean, it's difficult to see it. And I guess he's trying to say that we'll be oriented to seeing who is who. But the only person that's oriented to me is whoever it is in this red shirt, which is, I guess, ASAP 12E.
Who is who on this video. So this is the zoomed in version of that incident. This does not have any audio. Now, as we play the zoomed in version, you'll also see that Mr. Efron is struggling with ills. And what Mr. Efron will tell you is that immediately as the defendant turned and pointed the gun at him, he jumped behind Ills, essentially to put Ills between him and the defendant. And you'll see on the video the defendant lunging one way and then the other way around Ills, trying to get at the victim, who is holding Ills in front of him. Now, despite how dangerous this is, having a semi-automatic pistol pointed at you and discharged twice, you will hear that Mr. Efron was not seriously injured by this shooting. He has these injuries to the middle knuckle of one of his hands.
So these are the injuries that are reported by Mr. Efron. And if you have watched before, and if you watched him in the preliminary hearing when they did this over a year ago, he talked about that this happened, they separated, he went back home, and he received medical treatment for this, and that he has a civil lawsuit against ASAPROCKY to help pay for those medical bills for the grazing or these injuries that he went to the emergency room or the hospital for.
Mr. Efron will tell you that at the time the shooting was happening, he immediately felt a burning sensation to his hand, which led him to believe that these were graze wounds from one of the bullets that was shot at him.
All right, so let's move forward. To the next items of evidence.
The camera itself is in that red circle. And you'll see this video is far more clear. And you'll see features of their clothing that you can match up to the clothing from the other videos that we've already watched. For instance, I mean, you can see just from Mr. Mayer's facial features that he's the one wearing all black. You can see from his facial features compared to the video from the parking structure. And then, as I said, the various features of his clothing, the rhinestones on the hood of his sweatshirt in both videos, and the design, the rhinestone design on the chest of his sweatshirt at both videos. And taking all the videos in their totality and comparing them is how you'll be able to decide on the video who is who. Now,
so we have transitioned into, looks like, body cam footage from the officers who were called to the scene from the shooting, because again, there was a 911 call that stated that there was a shooting in that area. And so this looks like the body cam footage from it says Axon Body 3. So one of the officers that has come up, this is their body cam footage, and we're going to go ahead and go over that as well. Again, court is still on break, so we are revisiting day one evidence and testimony of Officer Zizzo.
I played the 911 call for you that LAPD received at 10:18, which triggered their response. And you'll see and hear that at 10:27, LAPD officers responded to the 911 call, and as is their duty, they responded quickly to this call to try to of shots fired in the middle of Hollywood. You will hear from at least one of the officers who responded to that location, and the officer will tell you that as part of their uniform, they wear cameras that are mounted to their chest. And you will actually get to watch camera that captures the police response. After this shooting, the evidence will be that all four of these men, the defendant, 12E, Ills, and the victim, all left the scene. You'll hear that there were at least two people who called 911 to report this crime who were just people living in the surrounding area, not actually involved in the altercation itself. You'll hear that the 911 callers were reporting different information. So the first call would be that the gunshots were fired at Argyle and Selma. The second call would be that the gunshots were fired in the area closer to Vista Del Mar and El Centro. You will hear from the officer that as they responded, they come to the scene looking for a victim. That's their primary focus. Trying to find anyone who needs immediate life-saving attention. Their second focus will be looking for the potential suspects if they can find them. And you'll hear from the officer that as he's receiving information that's taking him to different locations, he's actually going between the different locations and trying to piece together what happened. But what will be important from his testimony is that he is not given a precise location to exactly where this shooting happened. And with the limited information that he has, he and his partners are doing the best job that they can to find any victims, any suspects, or any evidence of a shooting. You'll hear the officer talk to different people who were just out and about, try to figure out what was going on, that neither of the 911 callers would meet with them, and that they searched not only the surrounding streets, but they primarily focused on the parking lot that was right at that corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, because the second 911 caller had told him, or had relayed that it was possible that the shooting was happening into a car. The officer will tell you that they searched the area and they did not find any evidence of a shooting. They didn't find a victim with injuries. They didn't find any of the suspects, and they didn't find any discharged cartridge cases, which are what come out of a gun after you discharge it in the surrounding area. But again, they don't know exactly where to look with the limited information that they're given. You will also hear from Mr. Efron that approximately an hour, and he's not precise on the exact time, but approximately an hour after the shooting, he himself returned to the location. Now at this time, the police have already responded and left. Mr. Efron will tell you that he and his girlfriend went there specifically to look for evidence that this had happened, evidence of the shooting. And Mr. Efron will tell you, because he knew exactly where the shooting happened, that he was able to locate 2 fired cartridge cases. And this is actually a photograph that Mr. Efron himself took of one of the fired cartridge cases that he found. Mr. Efron, you'll hear, went to the police 2 days later, walked into the Hollywood police station to report this crime happening. He brought the 2 fired cartridge cases with him, and he gave them to the police. You will hear that the 2 cartridge cases that.
So we heard that. So a couple of days later, we do understand that the police was out there. It is not my understanding that they found any evidence. He goes back and he finds evidence. The victim finds the evidence and brings it into the police station.
Brought in were 9mm Luger caliber cartridge cases. However, you'll also hear from Mr. Efron that immediately after the shooting, about an hour and a half later, he started text messaging the defendant. And he text messaged the defendant, "You try killing me." That was the first message he sent to him. And you'll hear that Mr. Mayer's response was to deny that anything happened. The defendant, in abbreviation, says, "What the fuck is he talking about? Why are you telling people I shot at you?" Denying that any shooting has even happened. Mr. Efron confronts him again. You set me up to try to take me from my daughter. And the defendant responds, I tried to do what? I know you hate me, I hate you too. The defendant responds again, stop making shit up. Again, denying any confrontation took place. Certainly any shooting. We have already told you in jury selection, and you will hear evidence, that after this shooting, Mr. Efron sought money from Mr. Mayers. In fact, right, hours after the shootings, this is the next day, November 7th, in the early morning hours, 3:40 a.m., you'll hear that Mr. Efron sent a message to one of his friends saying that he wants money. And identifying the reason why he wants that money is because Mr. Mayers shot at him. You will also hear that based upon these two incidents, the parking lot and the shooting on the corner, that Mr. Efron filed a civil lawsuit against Mr. Mayers. At the end of this case, you will not be asked to award Mr. Efron any money. So that consideration will not be a part of your what you're asked to determine.
All right.
Also hear that there was no handgun that was 9mm in Mr. Mayer's home that was for that magazine. So you have a 9mm magazine, but no handgun to go with it. The last point I want to leave you with before I conclude is that we expect, in this case, that the defense will call 12B, Mr. Phillips, to testify. At the time of the shooting, again, he's friends.
All right. So we see that the defense. Let's move on. Court is still in break, and it looks like they're not going to get back here. We may have about 9 minutes before they come back. Let's, since we're having to wait, let's hear what the defense has to say in all fairness.
That man's Relli Efron, or you heard the name Relli. He is the source of all the evidence in this case, all that the prosecution is going to rely on. He's the source of all the evidence. The two assaults you're going to hear about in this case were both committed by this Relli. Both. All the evidence comes through his mouth. Every single piece of evidence for you to decide these charges comes through his mouth. This case rises or falls on his credibility. The videos you saw without his testimony proves absolutely nothing. You need to believe his testimony and his version of events from the video for these charges to be proven. The last thing the district attorney said on his opening statement to you was, don't leave your common sense at the door or use your common sense, something like that. Please don't leave your common sense at the door. I implore you to use your common sense in this case. Look, I will address the credibility of Relli in great detail later, what the evidence will show. But first, let me begin explaining the purpose of an opening statement, what we do here. Opening statements are really lawyers giving you a preview of how we believe the evidence is going to show you, come in. How it will unfold in this case, but it's more than that, actually. It's a promise to you. It's a promise from us to you. It's a promise that what we say is going to be proven is actually proven. And it's not like one of those politician promises. You know the politician promises, right? If you vote for me, I'll lower taxes, I'll make it safe, unemployment will go down, all those great things that politicians promise, and then based on those promises, you vote. And then you hope they fulfill those promises. Not here. Here, both sides make promises to you right now. You get to see if we fulfill those promises, and then you vote. That's the difference. Ladies and gentlemen, you represent the state of California, the people of the state of California. It's an awesome burden. And there's no greater service a citizen of this country can do than serve in the military or do what you're being asked to do right now. Stand in judgment of another person in a matter of such great importance. It's an incredible burden to bear. But that's why the 16 of you were chosen. There were 106 people here. You made the cut because you all, and even the alternates, assured us that you could carry out that burden fairly, impartially, without a bias, without a closed mind. Listen to the evidence carefully before rendering your decision, you promised. And to base your decision only on the evidence, not some preconceived notions stemming from the nature of this case or what you may have read or heard.
This is entirely arguable.
But just on facts. And to abide by the basic tenets of our Constitution, prove beyond a reasonable doubt and a presumption of innocence. And they're not mere technicalities, instead they're the backbone of this country. A person is presumed innocent, the Judge Gray told you. And it means he is, in fact, innocent. Until and unless the prosecution proves otherwise beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt, the judge will give you the law labor at the end of the case. But it's a doubt that because you hesitate in a matter of importance in your own life. I submit to you the decision you make in this case at the end will be the most important decision in the life of Rector Mayors. And I'm confident that if you apply the standard and hold the prosecution to the burden of proving each and every element of both counts.
Make sure you hit that like button for me. That helps with my engagement.
Reasonable doubt. This will work out. And that's why the 16 was one jurors. Look, this is serious business, and I just want to tell you one last thing before we dive in. I just think some jurors, some people when they become jurors forget. No one here is going to, both sides, I'm not going to ask you to do anything you don't do in your everyday life. No one's going to ask you to just bring your everyday life experience.
I need
for same thing. You'll hear he was born in Harlem, like they said. Evidence will show you that Rocky stepped up, spoke to the parents and the mom. They said Josh and offered to cover the cost for the funeral in Harlem. They were both part of that creative and artistic conglomerate called ASAP, which now you know means always strive and prosper. Over the years, Rocky achieved more and more success in the entertainment industry at first. He did maintain a friendship with Relli, unfortunate for him. He even sought to help Relli through professional collaboration. But that wasn't enough for Relli, clearly. You'll see the kind of person Relli is in this world. You're going to see it. He was jealous and angry. And as Rocky rejected some of the projects he presented him, Relli's resentment grew deeper and darker. So embittered by the success achieved by Rocky, someone he once considered peer, Relli embarked on a dangerous course of action. And in November 2021, Relli's resentment towards him reached a fever pitch. After tragedy had struck another member of this ASAP group, an individual named ASAP Josh had untimely death, he passed away. Evidence will show you that Rocky stepped up, spoke to the parents and the mom, ASAP Josh, and offered to cover the cost cost for the funeral, bring the body back to New York and pay for the funeral. But Relli, still blinded by resentment, believed otherwise. He thought for some reason Rocky didn't agree to pay, or had agreed to pay, but they didn't actually pay. And he was furious, furious. He went as far as to threaten physical violence against him because he thought he didn't pay for the funeral or for the expense of flying the body back. He was wrong because he did pay. But he went as far as to threaten physical violence. And you're going to see that for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. On October 16th, a few weeks before this incident, that you'll hear about, Relli told his friend that Rocky was a piece of shit and declared, "I'm going to beat this nigga up." Now, it's funny, they showed you a lot of text messages. I didn't see that one. Did not see that one. That's the catalyst. That's weeks before this incident, when he came in hot on November 6, 2021, on Argyle. And if you fast forward only a few weeks, on November 6, 2021, you'll see that. You see that Relli sought to turn those threatening words into dangerous actions. And he did. The evidence will show you that on November 6, 2021, Rocky was scheduled to attend a music festival. They put it up there called ComplexCon, with two other members of the ASAP crew, Elijah Ulanga and Janelle Phillips, you now know them as ASAP Ills and ASAP 12. So in order to address Relli's resentment, because he was really mad, and have him accompany Ills and 12 to the festival, Rocky reached out to him multiple times. As a matter of fact, I think you saw a text from one of Relli's friends to Relli saying, "Hey, I think he wants you, keeping Rocky wants you to perform at ComplexCon." So Rocky was trying to get him to come. It was sort of a celebration of the ASAP crew. So Rocky, yes, he was urgently messaging him because they were late for this ComplexCon. You're going to hear that from multiple witnesses.
So as the prosecution was saying that ASAP Rocky was messaging ASAP Rails to quote unquote set him up, the defense's argument is that he wanted ASAP Rails to be there to join him at ComplexCon.
He was making them late for the show, so there were multiple messages for both 12 and Rocky. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? However, you're going to learn that although Relli, because Rocky had reached out to Relli to make plans to meet at his hotel, and you're going to learn, however, that Relli said he was staying at the Lowe's Hotel, who was in fact staying at the Lowe's Hotel, lied to Rocky and said he was staying at the W Hotel. Why? Because he wanted Rocky to think he was staying at a nicer place, according to him, which is consistent with his pattern of showing off, phony, extravagant lifestyle. But also consistent with his pattern of lying. You'll see Relli committed perjury about that exact reason. And despite Rocky's best intentions,
Perjury?
the evidence will show you that Relli was angry when he agreed to meet Rocky that day. And that anger came to a head when he encountered Rocky on the street, outside of a parking lot, on Argyle Avenue, leading to a brief altercation that took place on the street, which you saw a clip of, a very short clip of. You'll learn that Relli claims Rocky instigated, Relli, by the way, is twice the size of him, but we'll get to that. Relli claims that Rocky instigated the altercation, but the evidence will show you it was Relli who was the one looking for a fight. And you'll hear about Relli's day, the hours before meeting Rocky. You'll hear what happened that day, independent of Rocky that evening. You'll hear Relli's claim that Rocky pressed the gun to his stomach, to his chest, and his head. But the evidence, the independent evidence, the stuff that you don't need Relli's word for, will show you otherwise. Fortunately, the video evidence from the parking garage captured the incident.
So for those of you who are just joining, court is on a break. It should come back in about Well, it should have been back about 3 minutes ago. So they're still on their break, getting together. They're going to start testimony. But what we're doing right now is reviewing the opening statements from the prosecution and the opening statements from the defense.
And that just lies to brothers have a big story about that. The video will also show you the real aggressor was here. It shows you that Relli approached Rocky and he reached out first. It was Relli who made the first physical contact. You can see in a second. The DA said that Rocky was the aggressor. There's a video. It also shows that what followed was a very quick scuffle to get him short.
All right. So what we're going to do is pause this. It looks like court is about to start. So we're definitely going to go over here and see what's going on.
About it, but didn't really get into detail.
You just speak officers to the prosecutors.
No.
So this is the cross-examination of Officer Zizzo. I believe that's how to pronounce his name. I'm going to go back a few seconds so we can get the first part of that testimony, okay? Give it a few seconds. I just went back probably a tad too far.
We had this little chat from you and I never met or spoken before, correct?
No, I've never met you, sir.
Since Friday, have you spoken to anyone about your testimony?
I had people ask me about it, but didn't really get into detail.
You just speak officers to the prosecutors.
No, sir, we agreed not to in anticipation for that question.
There you go. When you say you have people ask you about it, who asked you about it?
Coworkers, friends, that sort of thing.
Oh, curious.
Sure.
But you going with that now. Again, just a recap, when you were arriving at the scene of a call for a shooting, you looked for victims, right?
Correct.
Damage to vehicles in this instance.
Correct.
Shell casings.
Correct.
Now, we put into evidence defense exhibit A. Can you see that on the screen in front of you?
This one doesn't work, but I'll turn.
Oh, okay, thanks. Anyway, the street shown there in this video is East Del Mar, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the video starts at the end of East Del Mar, closest to Selma, right?
Correct. It's right at the intersection.
Right. And with the first 15 seconds of that video, you approach a homeless person and ask if he heard a shooting. Do you recall that?
I don't independently recall that.
Okay, let's play that part. That's it, Ryan.
Hey, Val, did you hear any shooting over here? Yeah?
Okay, that's you, right?
Yes, on the left side.
Okay, you were asking, you said, hey, Al, you're shooting over here, correct?
Yes, that was me.
Okay. By the way, why was your body cam not on there anymore?
I really don't remember. I don't have an answer for that.
Jordan, just for the purpose of going forward here, we have copies of the transcript of this in case we have to refer to that. I have many copies.
Alex, could you distribute the transcripts to all of the jurors and,
Yes, good concept.
does anybody at council table need one of these transcripts?
We like,
What do you think is like, what do you think?
no, I don't think so, but that's okay.
No, we have.
Want me to wait to distribute them? No, distribute.
Yes, sir. What are you marking this is gonna be?
D.
That's exhibit B.
If there's an extra one, Alan, I don't want to take it from any of you.
Yeah, we just, I don't think that's.
All right. Kathy, all right, I'm good with that, Thomas. All right. Does anybody not have a transcript?
I'm taking one more down.
Let's make sure everybody has a transcript.
You know, I don't know if we formally did the stipulation, but I'm sure it's. Both sides stipulate that if audio recorded or video recorded testimony on the video where we have transcripts, it's not take down what she was hearing.
Actually, you know, the stipulation is not necessary. There's a rule of court that said that when audio tapes are played, the court reporter does not take it down.
I was referring to that rule of court, or that's what I thought.
I just learned that, 6 months ago. Yeah, there's no stipulations required. They just don't.
Well, if it was, we would say. Well, good. You gotta take.
Thank you for that.
Take it from Mr. Jacobina and I.
All right.
That'll happen once in a while. So sorry, obviously, we'll look for signs of shooting again.
Yes.
It's still on. And the video shows multiple officers searching for signs of shooting on these Belmont, right?
Yes.
And directing your attention to 22:35 and 54 seconds of that video, the officers are conducting a search using their flashlights aimed at the ground, right? And we'll get you right there. I said 22:35 and 54 seconds. So almost. Anyway, right there. Go ahead, let's go.
Yeah, stop sign, parking lot. You want that one right now? I just said right here. Okay, so what's the make and model?
All right, thanks. Obviously, everyone has their searchlights out looking for evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
And obviously, I think this is something you'd agree with, that you wouldn't have wanted to, and none of you would have wanted to overlook important evidence at the scene where let you, right?
Correct.
So as careful and attentive an officer, were you a sergeant there as well, or citizen?
No, sir, I was a police officer 3, I was a training officer.
And then got promoted.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So, as an attentive officer, when performing your duty, you made it obviously a point to be careful and attentive looking for evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, initially you said you thought there were 3 officers at the scene?
Correct, and that was based off of the my body worn video that we watched.
Right, I understand, no problem. But you agree that there's more now, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. As a matter of fact, there's 7.
Okay.
Well, you don't take my word. Let's go to the video. I'll direct your attention to 22:40 and 36 seconds.
We'll stipulate council, if that helps as well, if there were 7.
Yes, okay. Just want to, just a quick peek. So, okay. Okay, do you see, would you agree that 7 officers are at the scene?
I don't dispute that there were 7 officers at scene.
Not really dispute, but you agree that you see 7 officers right there, right? There are 6 in the frame, including the guy wearing the body cam.
Correct, including that one, yes, 7.
7, okay. And everyone, to your knowledge, was doing their job when they were at the scene, correct?
Yes.
Direct your attention to 22:37:03 on that video. That's you and Reese Del Mar on the side of the street closest to the parking lot, right?
Correct.
Okay. looking, by the way, for the record, we're looking south towards Selma Avenue, so you're standing on the west side of the street, right?
Correct, I'm presently facing west in this shot, but yes, this is south in this camera.
And officers are searching that area for evidence of shooting with flashlights, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is directly opposite, Sergeant, that orange portion of that wall there, right?
Well, I'm sorry, what's your question?
That where the officers are, right there,
Right.
including you, is directly opposite that orange, whatever that thing is, portion of a wall,
Correct.
right? Which is next to that adjacent lot there, right?
Yes.
A vacant lot, so. So that's right across from that orange, whatever, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to show you, these two photographs. One is that, but we're gonna put them juxtaposed and put them right side by side. Okay. The first one is basically the still frame of what we just looked at.
Seems like he's trying to establish that these officers went out there and they weren't negligent. They were out there actually doing their job.
And then the one on the right, with that single individual there, he appears to be standing in that same exact spot. You also start with that orange wall there as well. We can blow it up a little bit, can we? See that, Sergeant? See the orange wall on the other side?
I see orange there. I mean, based off this photo, I'll be honest with you, I can't tell much beyond that. I
We'll
see
go back out. There's that vacant lot right there, right?
Right.
You see
Okay.
that?
Yeah, and you know what, the driveway on this side, yeah, I see what you're saying.
So it's basically where that individual is where those officers are, correct?
Approximate, yes, I would say so.
Okay. And so just as you told, we talked earlier about the parking lot where your body game was. Just as in the parking lot, you agree there was no sign of the shooting on the street as well?
Correct.
No blood,
No, sir.
no bullet holes,
No, sir.
no shell casings,
No, sir.
no physical evidence of shooting was recovered at all.
No, sir.
Directing your attention to 22:37 and 29 seconds. We can play this portion, go ahead.
We're checking the area. It doesn't look like anybody's hurt or anything like that.
By the way, for the transcript, what were anyone's locations? Sorry. Page 2, line 14 of that transcript, which is Defense Exhibit B, please. I'm sorry, do you have it?
I actually do not.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'll give you this copy. Let's see, page 2, line 14. Thank you, sir. Okay, can we, start playing that portion again, maybe go back a few seconds? Okay.
We're checking the area. It doesn't look like anybody's hurt or anything like that.
Okay, so that's one of your, you know who that was speaking?
I actually don't remember.
Okay, well, one of the officers, right?
Yes.
And you say basically we're checking the area, doesn't look like anyone got hurt, right?
Correct.
And direct your attention to 22:38, which is basically a minute later, 21 seconds.
And check every car in the lot. There's nothing, no hits. But who's the
The second PR.
Okay, because I got two friends that came up.
This is page 3, Sergeant, and line 4, please. Can you play that portion again, please?
So they were only possible. And check every part of the lot. There's no hits.
Okay. And then a few seconds later, 223840, which, second one, make sure we direct the right portion of transcript, guys. Okay. Next course, I'll direct you to the same page, page 3, line 20. So there, line 20. And now we'll play that portion. Go ahead.
No evidence for now. We can give no evidence.
Okay. So one of the officers, remember that was speaking, by the way?
I did.
Who was that?
So at the time, Officer John Cook, now Sergeant John Cook.
Sorry, John, okay. It says there's gonna be no evidence for now, we have no victims, no evidence, right?
Correct.
Now, directing your attention, directing your attention to 2240, 04. Last page, here it is. So go to page 5, line 2, sorry. Ladies and gentlemen. Page 5, line 2. And go ahead, you could play that one you're ready.
Yeah, it sounds like someone probably fired a shot at your hair to scare somebody.
Your Honor, we would have an objection on hearsay. It's not going to be adversarial.
And lastly, direct your attention to 2240 and 26 seconds, which would be same page, page 5, line 14, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, no victims as of now, so unless one pops up in the hospital, probably just a warning shot. Yeah, you got it.
Okay, who was that speaking, do you know?
That's also,
Sergeant Cook?
Yes.
John Cook, whatever.
yes,
Again, no victims as of now, unless it pops up in the hospital, probably just a warning shot, right?
that's what he said.
And after responding to Reese Del Mar and Selma Avenue, and carefully searching the scene with the fellow officers, you found no physical evidence of a shooting whatsoever.
That's correct.
And of course, to be clear, that includes no evidence of a shell casing recovery, correct?
Correct, that includes that as
Sorry,
well.
thank you very much for your time.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lewis, anything? Oh, Mr. Solomon, anything?
Thank you.
Go ahead.
All right, Sergeant,
Yes, sir.
you were asked questions, I believe, on Friday, Mr. Takina, about your conversations with the DAs on this case. Is that something that customarily happens prior to your testifying?
Yes, it is in every case.
And this incident specifically happened approximately just over 3 years ago, correct?
Correct, yeah.
When you first received a subpoena related to this case, did you immediately know what incident you were even called to testify about?
Absolutely not, no.
Was it of assistance to you in refreshing your memory to be directed to your body worn video from this specific incident?
Absolutely, yes.
In his questioning on Friday and also today, Mr. Takapina asked you questions about searching for shell casings, I believe is how he phrased them. Are you familiar with the term shells, casings, cartridge cases, things like that?
Yes, sir.
What is your personal background, training, and experience as it relates to firearms?
Well, I have the training I received from Los Angeles Police Department. I've also attended various trainings outside on my own time related to firearms training, different weapon systems, marksmanship, mostly related, that sort of thing.
In the course of that training that you're talking about, have you, can you even estimate how many rounds of ammunition you fired?
I cannot.
That's a lot.
Right.
Okay.
Over the years, yes.
Are you familiar with just in general with handguns, the difference between a revolver and a semi-automatic pistol?
I am, yes.
And in very broad terms, what is the difference between those two types of guns?
Well, I think the biggest distinction would be that a revolver operates from a rotating cylinder where it has each individual chambers, usually typically 5 or 6 chambers, where each round, the bullet, sits inside the individual chambers. And when the trigger is pressed to the rear, the cylinder rotates, hammer comes back, strikes the round, discharges the round. Then it continues to rotate. The difference between that and a semi-automatic pistol is all of those rounds are contained in a magazine, and it's magazine fed, so there is no rotating cylinder. Revolvers do not eject those casings the same way a semi-automatic weapon does. Every trigger press with a semi-automatic weapon, a shell casing ejects. And with a revolver, it stays within that chamber, continues to rotate until the weapon is empty, and then you manually eject those casings all at once.
So when you were looking for evidence at this scene specifically, cartridge cases being on the ground, that would be in the expectation that a semi-automatic pistol was used, correct?
Correct.
Because with a semi-automatic, those cartridge cases, once the bullet is fired, come out the side of the gun.
Correct, with every press of the trigger.
Okay. And is that true of all semi-automatic handguns? That's how they operate?
Yes.
Have you personally fired semi-automatic handguns?
Yes, I have.
When you fire, just in your own personal experience, when you fire a semi-automatic handgun, do those cartridge cases always come out in exactly the same trajectory, or do they kind of have a tendency to go in different directions?
The different directions.
Okay. And is it those discarded or used cartridge cases that you would have been looking for that night?
Those are the same ones we're talking about, yes.
Right. All right. Just
So he's going over real quickly. He's redirecting to show the difference between a semi-automatic weapon and a revolver, and that if there were cartridges out there, then it would be a semi-automatic. If he didn't find any cartridges, they would assume that the shooting may have been with a revolver.
to put a fine point on that, when you searched that entire area, the street, the parking lot, you didn't find any cartridge cases anywhere.
No, I didn't.
And none of your 6 other partners who responded there with you observed or recovered any either, correct?
That's also correct.
You were asked questions, or I'm sorry, I think you were directed to the transcript about page 3, lines 4 and 5, where one of your partners says that he checked every car in the lot and there's nothing, no hits, correct?
Correct.
In your experience responding to crime scenes throughout your entire career where a gun has been discharged, what are the types of damage that you would look for on a car, specifically related to a shooting call?
Sure, so flat tires, glass that's been spiderwebbed, right, or totally blown out, impacts to sides of doors or ricochets off of hoods. These are things that I'm just recalling from recent observations, those sorts of observations.
Are some of those observations easier to see than others?
Yes, absolutely.
Can you describe that for the jury?
Well, I think the best way to illustrate that is you have a white 4-door vehicle. It's easy to see the impact where the paint is missing and the metal is bent and distorted. Whereas if you have a vehicle with a darker colored paint job, you might miss it, right? You might not see it. It might blend in.
But also, even more generally, if a window is shattered, you're going to see a large shatter in that window, potentially.
Right, it's hard to miss.
And if a tire is flat, that's easier to see too, correct?
Yes, it is.
Versus, and I want you to assume for purposes of this that we're talking about the hole from a 9mm chambered round with if you observed a bullet hole in either plastic or metal of a car from a 9mm round, that would be a lot smaller, correct?
Comparatively speaking to other larger rounds, yes.
And even comparatively speaking to if the 9mm hit glass or a tire, correct?
Correct.
If a firearm was fired in a downward trajectory and struck the ground, would you expect the round would either ricochet up into the bottom of the car or potentially fragment into bullet fragments that would then strike the car?
I think both of those scenarios are possible.
Okay. Did you and your partners check the bottoms of cars?
No, we didn't.
And in fact, to this point of any damage on the cars, were you or any of your partners, to your knowledge at that scene, familiar with the condition of any of those cars before you responded?
No, we weren't.
So you don't know if any of those cars already had any damage on them?
That's correct. Yeah.
You would have to stay.
No.
Okay. I need the video. Do you have it on a DVD or? Yeah. Oh, I can do it. I can do it on the DVD.
Yeah.
Just want to add this, that earlier when they were doing the motions, that the judge has imposed a gag order for both the prosecution and the defense.
Sergeant, I'm going to show you defense A. I have the video paused. We've been referring to the timestamp in the upper right-hand corner at 22:38:43. Can you see that on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Just to orient the jury as far as where we're looking at here, would you agree the street on the far right of the screen would be Selma, correct?
Correct. That's Selma that runs east to west.
And then we can just barely see a stop sign. And there's kind of a street directly in front of the officer who's shooting this video, correct? And that would be Vista Del Mar.
Correct. That's Vista Del Mar.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to the handicap parking stalls there. Would you agree that the one closest to the stop sign does not have a car parked in?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to start this from around the beginning.
Hey, Cal, can you hear me?
One second.
And there's a homeless man that they interviewed on the scene.
My apologies, sir. I didn't mark it on the transcript, but I'm not sure where that corresponds to on the video. One second.
And you look at the corner of it, nobody was trying this down. So, that's one positive in the hospital. Probably just a warning shot. Yeah, you got it.
Sergeant, I can replay this section, but can you hear what sounds like a crowd of people in the background of this video? I'm going to play it starting at 22:40:41. I'll play it forward for a few seconds.
Okay.
Do you hear a number of people's voices in the background? Not officers.
Right, it's distant, but yes.
Okay. Was this a busy area of Hollywood?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Okay. Those noises that we hear, would that just kind of be people in the surrounding areas out on Saturday night?
Correct.
I don't have anything else.
Just sort of. Let's go to 22:37:08, please, on that same video. So just take a, there's a famous orange wall over there. You see that thing on the left?
Yes, sir.
All right. And right across where you guys were searching, where that individual was before, right across there. There's cars right next to that, right?
Correct.
Okay, there's a bunch of cars on the other side of that orange wall, right?
The rider vans here?
Yeah. Yes, there's cars on the other side, I'm saying, of that orange wall, across the street where the officers are.
Right, correct.
Yes, you see those?
Yes.
Okay. And, okay, you could scoot around if you want. Or,
No.
We're done. Okay. So you talked about things that you're looking for, flat tires in the car, broken glass, right? Those two, impacts on side doors.
Yes, sir.
In any event, you found none of that, right?
That's correct.
And by the way, you never received a report of a complaint at any point in this case that a car was damaged, did you?
At the time when I was at scene, I didn't know.
At any time after you become aware?
If somebody had reported it,
Yeah.
unless I handled it myself, I wouldn't have knowledge of it, right, if it was after the fact.
And one last thing, the Glock is one of those semi-automatics that does in fact eject shell cases, right?
Correct, it's a striker fire weapon.
Thank you.
All right, Sergeant Zizzo, thank you. Thanks for coming back today. Who's the next witness?
My next witness is RIHANNA.
So that concludes the testimony of Tommy Zizzo.
One of the people involved has a commitment that cannot be avoided. So we're going to start a little early and we're going to go a little longer. We're going to go 10 to 12:30, but that's going to be it. And then we'll break about 11:15. So be here tomorrow at 10 and then you'll be excused for the day at 12:30. The following day, normal schedule, 10:30 to noon, 1:30. Okay?
just raising your arm? Yeah. You mind just raising your right hand for us, please? Thank you. Tell the state the testimony you may give at the cause and output before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please take a seat at the witness stand there. And please adjust the microphone and state and spell your name for the record.
Leah Elizabeth Martin Brown.
Okay, you allow me to raise up your voice.
Sorry, Leah Elizabeth Martin Brown.
Please spell your name for us.
LEAHELIZABETH.
Thank you. And so last name, common spelling.
MARTIN common spelling.
Thank you.
All right.
Good morning, this is Martin Brown. Are you, as you sit here right now, are you nervous?
Yes.
Have you ever testified before?
No.
This is an uncomfortable feeling.
Yes.
All right.
Try to get through it quickly.
On Saturday, November 6th of 2021, were you living or were you in an apartment at 1600 Vine Street in Hollywood?
Yes.
I'm going to show you.
I think this is what she said her name was, Leah Elizabeth Martin Brown.
There's something that puts up there that should work. All C's.
She may be the person who had done the 911 call.
I'm also gonna, if you don't mind, I'm gonna reach over and see if I can turn this on. There you go.
And what exhibit are you showing us?
This is People's Exhibit 1, Your Honor. The map. Ms. Martin Brown showing you what I marked as People's Exhibit 1. I'm going to direct your attention towards the bottom. Do you recognize the area that's depicted in that map?
Yes.
And is the apartment that you were at that evening depicted on this map?
Yes.
Can you point to it for us on the screen behind you? And there should be a stick.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and so she's pointing to the northwest corner of Argyle and Selma. The apartment that you were in that evening, did it have either an exterior facing window or a patio area? And what street did those windows look out on?
Argyle and then also Selma.
So from the window, you could see the corner of Argyle and Selma?
I could see pretty much all of Argyle and then up until like Selma in the back of Davy Wayne's, which is a club along there.
Where would Davy Wayne's be?
Like around here-ish.
Okay, so you're pointing all the way to the corner of El Centro and Selma, correct?
Yeah.
Was the apartment that you were in, what floor was that on?
The 7th, it was apartment 701.
Okay. So from the 7th floor, you're up high enough that you can see over the buildings there at the northeast corner of Argyle and Selma, correct?
Sorry. Ask the court, please. Modulating a little bit right there.
You know, people's position is it's foundational.
Not the last question.
Read the last question. Please.
Okay, so from the 7th floor, you were up high enough that you could see over the buildings that are at the northeast corner of Argyle and Selma, correct?
Sustain.
Okay. If I could mark my next exhibit, Your Honor.
6.
Equals 6. One-page document with a single photograph. Here's to depict the corner of Argyle and Selma. Showing you what I just marked as People's 6. Do you recognize that street corner?
Yes.
And do you see the building that you were living in this photograph?
Yes.
Can you point to it for us? All right, I'm going to zoom in. You're pointing to the building on the far left of the screen. if I can. All right. The apartment that you were living in that building, was it?
I'm pointing to the exact balcony.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah. This here.
How do you want to describe that here? So I would say in the photograph, there are a number of. Let's see.
What don't you bring it up to a large circle
I can do that.
and then put it on the projector?
That's good. Right here. Circle it. Yeah, so you don't want to use a Sharpie. Doesn't really sharp with the ball. Thank you. Okay. Putting people 6 back up. The black mark that you made here is the exact document you're talking about, correct?
Okay.
Now, it appears that directly across the street from the building that you were living in, there's a number of buildings on this corner of Argyle and Summer, correct?
Correct.
From your vantage point, could you see over those buildings?
Yes.
Taking you back to People's One, you said you were able to see all the way to Selma and El Centro?
Yes.
That night, so November 6, 2021, at approximately 10:18 p.m., did you call 911?
Yes.
Why did you call 911 that night?
I thought someone had been hurt and I wanted to make sure an ambulance came.
How was it that you thought someone had been hurt?
I saw an altercation and it appeared that there may have been a gun involved. So I thought if someone was hurt, I didn't want them to die, if that had been the case. But again, I was on the 7th floor. So.
How many people were involved in the altercation that you're talking about?
3.
Where was the first place that you saw those 3 people, if you remember?
Walking down Argyle.
When you say walking down Argyle, what street would they have been walking towards?
Selma.
And how far up Argyle, so away from Selma, did you see them? Was there some point of reference that you have?
The parking garage that leads into the El Centro apartments.
Okay. Might be difficult to see here on People's 6, but do you see the entrance to the parking garage in this photograph?
Sort of.
Where is it that you sort of see that?
It was a little further up here.
Okay. There's a red.
Indicating on the right-hand side of the photo, halfway up after the first set of cars on the right-hand side of the street.
There's a red sign here that we can see that's vertical. Do you know, does that sign say, if you could read the full thing, does it say parking?
I believe it does, yes.
And would that essentially be the entrance to the parking lot?
Yes.
Maybe a little past that?
It was a little further up that. But
Okay.
yes.
Thank you. What was the first thing that you observed between the interaction of those people that you described?
Again, it was like, I was on a 7th floor balcony. It appeared that they were.
So again, she is the witness. She is, and I believe her name is Elizabeth Martin Brown. She is the one that called 911. She heard the shots. We're getting into whether or not what she witnessed, but she did just testify that she called 911 because she assumed that after the shot somebody might be hurt.
Were arguing, they kind of ducked under the parking structure roof, and there was like some loud yelling, and then they appeared to be fine, but went around the corner into the back parking lot, and then that's where it appeared that there was another kind of issue, and there appeared to be, like, they allegedly a gun was drawn, and someone appeared to be shot.
Okay, I want to start at the parking garage. You said you saw these three people arguing outside of the garage. Did you see a firearm at all while they were outside of the garage?
I was on the 7th floor.
I understand your perspective. From the 7th floor, did you see anything that
Not at that
resembled?
time.
Okay. So the only thing that you observed from the area right in front of the parking garage was arguing? Is that what you're saying?
They seemed to go sort of underneath the roof. There may have been like something physical, but it was obscured by predominantly it was obscured by the roof.
Did you see any physical contact between those men?
Very briefly before underneath, but again, I don't want to speak on that any further.
Thank you. And I'm not asking you to speculate on anything that you're saying happened when you couldn't see them, but from the point that you could see them, what physical contact was it that you saw?
Someone appeared to grab someone.
Were there any, where on the person who was grabbed, where on their body were they grabbed?
I'm not sure, I was too far away.
Did you see any punches thrown or anything like that?
I said what I saw.
Okay.
I don't really.
Thank you. You saw one person grab, and then they.
And then they kind of went underneath it, like there's like a roof thing that obscured things.
All right. Fair to say, while they were under this roof or overhang, you couldn't see them, correct?
Correct.
When you next saw any of the individuals involved in that scuffle, where was that person going?
The three of them appeared to, again, I couldn't identify who was who, they just all looked like equal to me. I just saw them all in a group walking towards Selma.
Were all three of them bunched together, or was there any separation between the three of them?
I can't really accurately recall.
Okay. As you saw them walking towards Selma, could you hear anything that was happening between them?
No.
Did you hear even any raised voices, even if you couldn't make out exactly what was said?
Prior to that, yes, but at that stage, no.
When you say prior to, do you mean at the parking garage?
Yeah.
Okay. So you heard arguing at the parking garage, but you didn't hear any arguing as they went down our road?
No.
When these three were, did it appear to you that they were all men?
It did appear that they were all men.
Okay. Is there anything else distinct about them that you could describe?
No. One was wearing a black hoodie, but again, it was a long time ago. I don't know if that will be an accurate recollection.
Okay. When they, could you even tell the race of these people?
It was dark. I don't know.
Okay. So when these three men got to the corner of Argyle and Selma, where did you see them go?
I saw them turn, from my perspective, left, and then into it's kind of like a parking lot behind these buildings.
Okay. I still have people 6 displayed up on the screen here. Can you see the direction that they went in this photograph?
Yes.
And where would, if you could take the pointer, just kind of show us where they walked down Argyle and which way they went down Selma. Okay, so I would say she's describing walking southbound on Argyle towards Selma on the east side of the street, and then making a left turn and staying on the north sidewalk of Selma, headed eastbound. So you were describing walking past this building out of view, correct?
They weren't out of view for me.
My apologies, that was not a great question. It would have been off of this photograph. Correct? So if I take you back to People's One, what you described was them walking south on Argyle, making a left on Selma, and continuing on Selma, correct?
Yes, and turning into like a parking lot area.
And as they were walking on Selma, could you still see all three of the men that you've been describing?
Yes.
Did you hear anything between them at that point while they were on Selma?
No.
Did you see any interactions between them while they were on Selma?
No.
You said they got all the way to the corner of Vista Del Mar, correct?
From my vantage point, it appeared that they went into the parking lot area. I'm not entirely sure what the street is called. I just know that it's behind the Central Apartments.
Okay. If it's marked here as Vista Del Mar, does that sound accurate to you?
If that's marked as that, then I suppose it is accurate.
Okay. And you know that there's a parking lot at that corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma?
Yes.
So you said what you described was they walked into the parking lot, correct?
Yes.
Where did you see them go from the parking lot?
I saw them in the parking lot, and then they had what appeared to be an altercation, and then everyone left.
Can you describe what you mean when you say they had an altercation?
Again, this was a long time ago. I can only speak on what I can remember. It appeared that they had some kind of disagreement. There was what appeared to be like a firearm pulled. There appeared to be shots, and then people ran away.
Well, she sounds like she had a good vantage point of what was going on.
I can't recall.
Okay. The person that you observed with the gun, where was that person in relation to the two other people?
Closer to the El Centro Apartments than someone.
See.
I just so you know, we're gonna break in a minute. Why don't we take a break now? All right, folks, we're gonna break now. Please be outside the court doors at 1:30, so that time as possible. We will resume with Ms. Martin Brown's testimony. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourself or anybody else.
All right. So we are on a break with the court. So I was trying to make sure that I had her name correctly. I think she said her name was Elizabeth Martin Brown, and she is going over the testimony, her testimony of calling for 911, and from her vantage point from the 7th floor, she was able to see her vantage point. She was able to see down when the kerfluffle happened in the parking lot, and she was able to see them as they went around the corner. And then they started their kerfluffle back again behind the parking garage into like a parking lot. She says that she saw them in the kerfluffle. It looked like someone pulled out a gun. She heard a couple of shots fired, and then everyone dispersed. So it looks like, again, the court is on break. Court is on break, hiatus. Let's see. So they're on break till 1:30 Pacific Standard Time. And so that is going to be So that's going to be about 4. So that's going to be about 3 our time. So they must be getting ready to go to lunch. So they're 2 hours behind. So we're going to have a long break. What I'm going to do is I'm going to keep the stream open, but I'm going to go ahead and we're going to go to lunch. So if you all want to go to lunch, and we'll come back here in about an hour, because it's 12:29 there and it's 2:29 here. So we'll be back in an hour. So I'm going to keep the stream open, but I'm going to go ahead and we're going to go for a break. You all go for a break and then come back, and we'll continue the testimony of Elizabeth Martin Brown. But while we're on break, I'll keep up. Let's put the overlay up, and I'll put some background music up, and we will come back here in about an hour. But I am gonna keep the stream up, okay? right, we've got a few more minutes before, before the court comes back. We probably got about 20 minutes. So while we're waiting, let's move over into some news. Let's see what we can go over. So what I'm going to do is scroll up my Twitter feed and see what's going on. Mm, mm, mm. We got Selena Gomez crying over ICE raids. Let's see. Oh, we have the SAG Awards announcement. So we definitely are going to check those out. That SAG Awards are going to be February 23rd. It looks like they have announced. And we're definitely, let's see. We're definitely going to go over that in another video. Okay. Oh, interesting. It looks like if you're not familiar, I did do a video on this a couple of days ago about DJ Academics, and it looks like DJ Academics has been banned from Twitch. And looks like he has lost sponsorships with Steak and Happy Dad. So this is, if you're not familiar with what DJ Academics, again, go back and look up thing. I don't want to sully this stream with it, but again, I just want to kind of fill some time, see what we're going through, and we're going down my timeline on Twitter. Let's see what we got. I don't know if this trial is going to take 15 days. They've got it scheduled, but it looks like the way that they're going through this, hopefully that they should be finished with this by sometime next week. That's my now, according to Pop Base, which is it says here Donald Trump says that Microsoft is in talks to acquire TikTok. But here's the thing about that. It's the algorithm that everyone wants. They want to have the algorithm, and I don't think ByteDance is going to sell that algorithm to them. So even with Microsoft owning TikTok, all it's going to be is pretty much another Meta situation. Facebook and Instagram censoring a lot of information, a lot of news, unless it's coming, unless it's coming from whatever sources that they want you to see it, instead of just the unbiased news from what from the people, so to speak, whatever the news is. Because even on TikTok, before the shutdown, that people will come in, and like I said, you had the opportunity to filter through it to see if it's true or not, to fact check it to see if that information was true or not. But you also, when things were happening, you had multiple people reporting on it on the ground. But things like Facebook, things like Instagram, they don't allow really for you to report the news on the ground. They censor all of that, where TikTok doesn't do that. So let's see what else is going on. because inevitably what will happen is just the same way, because I know if you all have remembered when we started on Instagram. Instagram was where you could just drop excuse me, a pic, or what was it, a 15-second video of what was going on. And now it's like it's heavily censored, so you can't do the news or anything like that. Let me see what's going on. Says here, according to Cosmic Marvel, if you are a Marvel fan, it says here that, now this is from My Time to Shine. Hello, but she's he or she is retweeting Cosmic Marvel that says that Spider-Man will reportedly introduce a new love interest for Tom Holland's Peter Parker. And after this stream, if you are interested in the Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni, because I am following that, I am doing a stream later on this evening to talk about that. And we definitely will go over the newer information in regards to a voice note that was released from Justin Baldoni to Blake Lively. And we'll also go over some other information. So let's continue down the stream. And again, what I'm doing is just going down my my Twitter feed, my X feed, to see if there's anything. Are you all looking forward to the new Captain Marvel movie with Anthony Mackie playing Captain Marvel? Yeah, I don't see too much going on. All right, so let's see. We've got about 15 minutes. So let's go ahead. Like I said, I was just going down my Twitter feed. There's really nothing going on really down that Twitter feed. So what we will do, all right. So while we're waiting for the courts to come back, I definitely want to then go back through first day of testimony, and where we have the defense going over there. And we'll go back over here. We've got about 10 minutes, 15 minutes. So we'll go over the defense going over.
Rocky towards him, not Rocky pushing Relli.
Now, this is day one of testimony.
Not Rocky pushing Relli, but Relli pulling Rocky. The DA said in his opening, he said that Rocky was pushing Relli. You know who else said Relli was pulling Rocky? Relli said that. Relli in his statement. And when he watched the video, said, yes, I was pulling Rocky this way. So that's not a good narrative. So they just changed that. But Relli has made statements about this incident. And they're stuck with those. It shows the incident was over in a matter of seconds, this videotape. And despite Relli's exaggerated claims that there was no evidence that a gun was pressed against his stomach, direct at his chest, or pointed at his head. There's none. This didn't happen. Instead, the evidence shows that Relli, again, physically much larger than Rocky was the antagonizer here. Now, all that being said, I do need to pause here for a second. I need to pause there for a second and address the very thing that serves as the basis for Relli's fabricated story. The video that you saw, the first video, shows Rocky holding an object what appears to be a gun. And Relli seized on that and manufactured his extortion claim. And we'll get to the extortion in a bit. And remember, this is a promise from medieval. We'll see extortion. And if I'm not good on my promise, you'll hold it against me. I want you to. The evidence will make clear.
And if you're just joining, the court doesn't reconvene until 1:30 Pacific Standard Time, which is 3:30 Central Time or 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. So basically what we're doing is going back over the day one opening statements of the defense.
Multiple witnesses will tell you that. Not just Relli. Multiple witnesses will tell you that that was a prop gun. You'll learn that that was a prop gun, also called a starter gun, a blank gun, but it's a type of fake gun. It's used in prop movies and music videos. It's also used to scare off attackers by looking and sounding like a real gun, without actually firing a live round. The evidence will show you that Rocky, obviously, I think you all know by now, was a high-profile person in the public spotlight, and he was a party. The evidence will show, in fact, that he was a victim of prior violence, which caused him to have to carry this. Victim of home invasions, victim of a stalker at that time, in November of 2021, victim of a slashing on his face, which he still carries with him today. It's,
Your Honor, there's been no.
All right, if you're joining back again, this is the opening statements from the defense. We're going to play this until the court comes back. I'm going to stop my camera for a few minutes, and I'll be right back.
Right, and by the way, folks, listen to this one. Rocky was licensed to possess firearms and licensed to carry firearms in November of 2021. He was licensed by the state of California. He could have legally had his own firearm. He didn't want to carry a real gun, though. Despite his ability to do so legally, he didn't want to carry a real gun. For fear that he would either injure someone or himself. Again, I want to repeat that. He didn't hide a gun, carrying a legal gun. He was licensed to carry a gun in this state. So you're going to learn that in July 2021, a few months before the incident with Relli, Rocky was in a music video with Rihanna that had pop guns in it. The evidence will show you that Rocky took one of them, which he carried as a security measure, as he was advised to do to scare off potential attackers. And that's exactly what he tried to do with Relli on November 6, 2021. Unfortunately, you hear that Relli was not to be deterred, not scared, because Relli knew that that gun wasn't real. There will be evidence to that effect. And all of Rocky's friends knew that Rocky carried a prop gun for safety. All of them. In fact, the evidence will show you that Relli not only told Rocky as much, but he actually called Rocky's bluff and said, shoot me, knowing that he couldn't. With all this laid out, I do want to show you the video and walk you through it with respect to the first encounter. I'm going to play it once, it's quick, and then I want to show you two snippets. Here's the first encounter. That's Relli coming up. There's two things I want to play for you there. The first thing is, the first person to raise a hand to anyone is Relli. You're gonna see when he comes up, initially, that's him, you all agree, in those black pants coming up. First person in the video, you'll see if he goes with his left hand, he raises his hand first. Play that one snippet, Ellie, please. Boom. Do it again. Boom. He comes up with that left hand before Rocky raises his right hand. And how do you know that? Play the next clip, please. He has his hand around Rocky's neck or shoulder, and Rocky's right hand then finally comes up. Boom. This guy has his hands around Rocky's neck or shoulder before Rocky's right hand comes up. Boom. And then you heard and you saw in the video, they going backwards. Relli, again, who's much bigger, you can see that from there, said to the police, yeah, I pulled him back. I pulled him back. They told you, well, Rocky pushed him back. That's all Relli said. Defies sort of the laws of physics. He weighs him by almost 100 pounds. Relli pulled him back. And by the way, all the gun pointing to the head, chest, pressed against the stomach would have had to have happened within seconds of that video with that kid Ills in between them. Seconds. You saw none of that on the video. And the second encounter, after that brief altercation by the parking garage, Relli was angry and out of control still. And he wouldn't stop. The evidence will show you that those three guys, Rocky, Ills, and Twelby, walked away. They walked away. There was a map put up here. I don't have one of those. It was nice. It was a map showing where the first thing happened, and then there's a block, and then walk around the block where the second thing happened. That guy followed them around two corners. Pursuing them. He hadn't had enough, apparently. They were walking away from him, trying to get away from him. He pursued them around two corners. And the evidence will show you that those guys, Rocky, Ills, and Twelby, tried to get away from him. They tried. You'll hear that although Relli claimed that Rocky had a real gun, now, Relli not only continued to follow the guy with a real gun, but he followed and yelled at them and berated them and told the Ills, you're a crackhead. And told Twelby, you live in the projects. You're not successful like me. And told Rocky, you're a bitch. So the guy who supposedly pulled a real gun on him, and now apparently someone else has a knife too, and they're running away from him, he's chasing them, antagonizing them, bragging about his own successes. You'll listen to Relli's story about that, ladies and gentlemen. You get to assess the credibility. Because it will continue to unravel. The story will continue to unravel. Even the police questioned him. Why would you continue to follow Rocky after he supposedly pulled a real gun out on you? Said the police to Relli. And you'll hear Relli's answer to the police. I don't know. That was the answer. I don't know. I promise you that answer never came from the courtroom. That's what he said initially when I asked him. And of course he didn't know. He had to say, I didn't know why I followed him. Because he couldn't tell the police the truth that he knew Rocky's gun was a prop gun. Because that wouldn't work for his narrative. One that can actually shoot him. And because he was aware of that fact, Relli continued his aggression. You'll hear that Relli was so angry that he was ready to hit Twelby, according to Relli. You'll hear that he was so angry that he hated Ills, according to Relli. You'll learn that when Relli finally caught up with him around two corners, on the corner of Selma and East Del Mar, his anger and hatred came to a boiling point, and he attacked his kiddos. Attacked him. And make no mistake about it, as the evidence will show you, Relli was the aggressor there as well. And Rocky, again, significantly smaller than Lee, fired that prop gun, that starter gun, which makes sounds just like a real gun. That's the purpose of it. He fired it twice, hoping the sound would be enough to scare off Relli and protect the kills. Wrong. Relli didn't stop. He didn't stop because he knew it was a prop gun, but he didn't stop. And the evidence will show you that after Rocky fired those two warning shots with that prop gun, car alarms went off. Because there was that big parking lot right there where they were. Car alarms went off. I'm sorry, but you guys are here. It's hard to look everywhere. So 12E, being sort of sound mind, told Rocky, hey, listen, man, get out of here. Car alarms are going off now. People are going to start coming. Rocky obviously is a public figure, and now people are going to have their attention drawn to this. Get out of here. Rocky listened. He persuaded Rocky to leave the scene. 12E said, I'll check on Hills, because Hills was having a rough go of it. Hills is smaller than Rocky. And really was pummeling. You're going to hear about how Hills' face looked after this encounter. It was a hot mess. So you'll hear a different story from Relli. He claims he grabbed him.
We're still waiting for
a human shield.
Trial to start back. But while we're waiting, we are watching the opening statements from the defense from day one.
Another lie. The evidence will show you that. You'll see that Relli knew the prop couldn't hurt him, first of all. Second, you're going to see that Relli wasn't hiding behind Ills or under Ills. In fact, in the video, if you look carefully, we'll show you, you'll see that Relli's on top of Ills as they're on the floor, on top of him. Punching. And even after Rocky left the scene, that's simple. Even after Rocky left the scene and ran, the evidence will show you that Relli continued to attack Ills. A witness will walk you through that. That sort of is a problem for them. I mean, this guy was claimed he was shot at one point, and he is still attacking the guy that he started to attack before there was any warning shots fired. He's still attacking, not to be deterred by any starter pistol or real bullets from him. The DA played you a video here that had that sound, with little box in the bottom, and it had sound. Here, pop, pop. That video was called the sequence surveillance video. The district attorney played on the roll. Funny part about that video is that they cut out that last part of the video. We'll play the full part. But the part where Ills goes back and attacks, Relli goes back and attacks Ills. They cut that part of that video out. It's not on that sequence surveillance video. They cut out those last 3-4 seconds. That's a problem. Now, this altercation, like the first one around the corner, was also captured on video, but as you saw, that thing is not clear.
We are.
I saw some pictures up here earlier. It looked like
Again, we are not back for court. It's supposed to come back at 1:30 Pacific Standard Time, which is 3:30 Central Time or 4:30 Eastern Standard Time.
And although the video captured that incident, that was less than half a minute, not particularly clear. The evidence will make clear what happened there. The evidence will.
So we look forward to the court to start any minute now.
Rocky tried to use a prop gun to defend him. And with that, I want to walk you through that video the best we can. We'll play it first. And you notice the drill leaders at the corner. Up here. Focus on here. There's Rocky. There's 12E. gone.
All right, Donna. Just
He's
being
followed.
real. I got you. I see you.
You see him
We're
go
just
right after Bill's
going
belly.
over the defense's opening statement
Fires the warning shots.
because the court has not returned yet.
There's Bill's on top, Relli on top of Bill's, punching him. That's Bill's going down to the ground. Rocky's gone. 12's about to be gone. And watch. There goes Relli back after Hills. And then he goes away after he hits him again. Hills eventually caught up with 12 and Rocky. His face was basically busted open. We have the clips to play. Small ones. Let's do that again. So I'm going to play broken down little clips. The first one is then all being followed. Upper right hand corner again, guys. All being followed by Relli. Three of them trying to get away. First Rocky, then 12, then Hills, and Relli's still coming hard. You'll get to see so many times you want later. The second one is Relli on top of Hills on the ground. Is that right? Yeah. Let's see if I can help here. Hold on, can I stand up here for a second?
Actually, Alex is going to get we have a pointer in the courtroom,
Oh,
and he's going to get it.
all right.
So, yeah, you can stand where you want to stand, but in a little while, Alex will bring up the pointer, and you can use it, or Mr. Lewin can use it, or Mr. Lewin can use it, or Mr. Siegel can use it.
All right, so not to hold everyone up, I'm just going to go forward here right now, okay? All right. Can you go back again, guys? This is the clip where you see Relli, and you get to see it later. Relli, big guy, on top of that little guy Hills, on top of him, not using him as a shield. Watch. Go ahead. There's Relli, that's Hills down, and Relli on top of him. He's not worried about a shield. He's going after him. And then the last clip is, are we playing that last clip? Take a look at it. It's after Rocky's gone, Relli continues his pursuit of Hills. Poor little kid. There. He hits him again before he peels off. He goes to the left to hit Hills.
Interesting. He says little kid, but all of these men at the same time were in their 30s when all of this happened. This was a couple of years ago, so they were not little kids. They were definitely grown men in their 30s when this altercation took place.
Didn't have the intended effect, obviously. Instead, Relli continued his attack on Hills, and then hatched his extortion plan. What you'll learn is that Relli returned to that scene an hour later. He returned to the scene an hour later.
Excuse me.
And he attempted to fabricate evidence, ladies and gentlemen. This is some offensive stuff. It's going to be crystal clear. He attempted to fabricate evidence. You hear Relli's claim that he came back to the area an hour later with his girlfriend, Lydia Parker, and that while they were there, he quickly found 2 shell casings. And Rocky fired right there, picked them up, and he found them. And then he videotaped them. An hour later, you will see that story fall apart so hard. Why? Because the evidence will show you that well before Relli returned to the area, 7 police officers, like a SWAT, 7 police officers arrived at that same spot.
And let me pause it right here, because this is part of the testimony that was interesting. Because if we watch today's testimony, we saw that he kept asking him, how many people were there? How many people were present at the scene? And Officer Zizzo was counting that, there was 7 of them. Some points it looked like it was 5. Some point, it was 2 or 3. But there were 7 officers there. And they did a canvas. They looked around. All right, we're going to start back.
Are farther away from Selma, so closer to this side of the building, right?
Yes, correct.
7 stories high.
Yeah.
Now, you had described looking out. Were you on the balcony or were you looking out the window?
Both. I started out on the balcony, and then as things progressed, went inside to the windows.
So at the point where you saw the men walking down Argyle after the parking garage altercation, were you inside or outside of the apartment?
So we are back on the direct testimony of Elizabeth Martin Brown. So we are back. So they just started. So we're going to go ahead and just start then. But what I wanted to say before we get back was the fact that they were talking about apparently the evidence that we have, the shell casings, that these shell casings were picked up by ASAP Relli, who was the victim in this case. Now, an hour before then, there were several police officers who was out there doing canvases because this witness called and said that there were basically she heard a shooting and that there were shots fired and that she did see this altercation. And so she's saying that the police went out there, they looked, they didn't find any shell casings or anything like that. The officer that was on the stand said that if they didn't find any shell casing, he would make an assumption that possibly it could have been a revolver, but they didn't find any shell casings. However, when ASAP Relli gets out there about an hour and a half later, he finds 2 shell casings and he takes it to the police.
And then when the men turned onto Selma, were you still inside or outside of the apartment?
We moved inside.
Okay. So at the point where you described you saw the men arrive here at Selma and Vista Del Mar, you were inside of your apartment.
Correct.
And what is the first thing that you recall seeing when you saw the men arrive at that intersection?
They were in this parking lot, and I couldn't hear anything, but it appeared that there was some kind of, I don't really know how to describe it. You could just tell that the vibe changed, and then they appeared to argue, and then there appeared to be a gun pulled, and then 2 shots fired. It appeared that someone fell down. There were some cars, so I didn't see what happened to that person, which is why I called 911. And then people ran off. Someone ran through the El Centro apartments, another scattered, and at that point is kind of why I called, because I didn't see the third person, so I was like, I hope they're okay.
Okay. Now, I'm going to kind of go step by step through what you just said. The first part of your statement that you said, the words you used were the vibe changed, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you described there being an altercation. Did you see any physical contact between any of the 3 men?
No, it appeared to me that they were maybe exchanging words.
Okay. The man with how many of the men did you see produce guns?
1.
And what, if anything, did you see that man do?
He appeared to be closer to the El Centro apartments, and it was more of like a jump back and pulled out a gun and then fired twice, or appeared to fire twice. And then everyone the people that I could see dispersed very quickly.
Can you keep referencing the El Centro apartments?
Yes.
Is it possible for you to point the direction you're talking about on this exhibit where those apartments would be?
These ones here.
Okay, so the direction that you're talking about that person taking on the street, can you kind of show us with the pointer on this exhibit?
It happened inside a parking lot, so this looks different to how it did when I lived there. So, but it appeared that they could ran through here towards Hollywood Boulevard.
Generally, are you saying though running away from Selma?
Yes.
Okay. And that the first person that you saw heading that direction was the man with the gun?
Yes. They kind of dispersed at the same time, and one went kind of through El Centro from what I could see, and the other one, it happened very fast.
Okay. You said it appeared that the man with the gun discharged the gun twice, were your words, correct?
Yes.
What about the situation made you believe that he had discharged it?
The sound?
Could you actually hear 2 gunshots?
Yes.
Okay. The same time that you saw that man with the gun doing that jumping motion that you talked about?
Yes.
Okay. With that, Your Honor, I'm going to mark my next exhibit, the DVD and transcript.
The DVD this is the 911 call?
Yes.
All right, that will be People's 8. And the transcript is 9. Do you have enough transcript for everybody?
I believe I do, Your Honor.
All right, Alex, can you distribute those, please? Yes, sir. You have transcript?
Here, you mark the transcript, you know.
The next one? Oh, I do. Oh, we're missing one.
We got it.
Everybody's got transcript?
Definitely taking them a minute to get all this information put up.
I'm just going to play it all the way through.
Gotta be louder.
And this is just a side note comment, but with all that brown in the comment, that suit that Rocky has on
I live in the apartment on the corner of Argyle
washes him
and
out.
Selma in Hollywood. And there's a student shooting.
Did you see it or you just heard it?
Yes. No, like we watched it.
Okay, what did you see?
There were 4 men, and they were kind of fighting as they were walking along Argyle, and then they turned left on Selma. So we heard yelling, and they started running, and they turned left into the back lot apartment for El Centro Apartments. Someone pulled out, the guy in the black sweatshirt pulled out a gun,
Okay.
and he shot. And I think the guy who shot was a blue.
That's all right, let's focus on the guy with the handgun, but the black, white, black, Asian.
He was black. They were all black.
Everyone put it close to that guy, right?
He was wearing a black. He was wearing black. A black hoodie.
All black.
I was on the 7th floor, so this is just what I can see from the picture.
And you look, where you are, or do you know where he is?
No, they all ran away in different directions. 2 of them ran like towards the El Centro apartment.
Let's focus on the guy that had the handgun, you know which way he went?
I think he went to the left.
I do need, I just saw all of them.
Yeah,
Okay,
3
so-
went towards Hollywood Boulevard.
All right, but I really want to focus on the guy that had the handgun. You said had the handgun, I want to know which way he went. If the direction of travel, did he go east or west or south? Or what part?
I think he went north.
All right, okay.
I think he
All right.
went north towards Wine, but I'm not sure.
Okay,
That's where we kind of ran inside the
okay. And do we know if anyone was injured, anyone found any medical assistance?
We're not sure. I saw someone go down, but there's a building in the way, so I'm not sure if they ran away.
Okay, and
Yeah.
what's your name?
is Leah.
Yeah, all right, and your phone number is
Yes.
all right, and that, just to confirm from where you are, where you can't see anything from down, you can't see anything in any of the commotion at all? You don't see anything
No,
there?
I'm on the seventh floor, so there's a building that kind of blocks it.
Okay, all right, no problem, I'll go ahead and I'll get it, but then please, I'll go ahead and give it a call, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, this is Martin Brown in the call. Have you ever heard that call before?
No.
Is that no?
That's no.
In the call, you described 4 men, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that the day of this incident, as you're talking to the 911 operator, your memory was better because you were observing it?
Yes.
Okay. The only other question I want to ask you to clarify is, in the call, you said 3 of the men ran towards Hollywood Boulevard, and I put People's 1 back up on the screen. From the parking lot that you're describing, where would the men have gone to go to Hollywood Boulevard?
I assume up the middle of the apartments. This was a very long time ago.
Okay, that's fair. But I just mean generally, it would be from the parking lot here towards the top of the page, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you actually see the police arrive after you called 911?
Yes.
Did you go down and speak to the police while they were there?
No, I said I didn't want to speak to them when they called me back.
Why was it that you didn't want to speak to the police officers?
Because I absolutely did not want to be involved. I was only calling in case someone was hurt.
I should ask too, the female voice that we hear on that call, do you recognize that to be you?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions for you.
Mr. Zizzo?
Hi, good afternoon, this is Martin Brown. You and I have never spoken to each other, right?
We have not.
In fact, yesterday, you refused to speak with the investigator from the defense, correct?
Correct.
All right. People's Exhibit number 7, which is right behind you, where's your balcony in that picture there? Can you see it from there?
Here.
I'm just, okay. Go a little bit. Sure. All right, you know what? Yeah, that's. Let's walk around and just, just circle that, please.
Which exhibit is that?
7.
7?
People 7. So you were up there when you observed what you described, correct?
Correct.
And you said the vibe changed at one point?
Yes.
You could tell from up there that it was the vibe shift?
Yeah, they seem to move further away from one another.
Okay. And where did the person you said you thought the person went down, where did the person go down?
From,
Take your point.
oh, sorry.
It's all right.
From where my balcony is, as you can see, there are some buildings.
Yeah.
So most of what happened was in further towards the center of the car park where there were no cars. When someone went down, they went near the cars and that obscured my view.
Show us at that point where all the stuff happened for you.
So in the middle here and then towards this kind of wall where the cars are parked as well. That
So,
kind of obscured a little bit at the end.
just, Barbara, just focus on that one person. So it's your testimony that when you observed from your 7th floor balcony, all occurred inside the car park.
The last part, yeah.
Okay, the part where there was the scuffling, the sound of the gun,
Yes,
and 2 people, and someone going down.
yes,
That was inside the car park,
yes.
closer to the back wall of the car park where that tent is, that tent over there.
Indicating the
No, it was kind of in this area from what I could observe. It appeared to be
This area meaning what?
in the middle.
Middle of the car park.
Yes.
just so the record's clear, she first indicated what looks like a blue tent towards the back of the building. That's what counsel was asking about. The witness then indicated further up, and she pointed the thing by a light pickup truck. Is that agree, counsel?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. But back at that point,
Yeah.
was that a point that you want? So around here, we're talking about what you saw from the balcony here.
Directly in the middle of the area, and then we could see the tail end of the parked cars when it occurred. So that's what obscured the end when someone fell.
So they weren't over here on the street, right?
Honestly, from that vantage point, it could have appeared that street was part of it, but I thought it occurred in the car park. But again, I was on a 7th floor balcony.
Okay. Aside from that, by the way, who was with you? I heard no voice.
My ex-partner and my old roommate.
2 other people.
Yes.
And what's their names?
Do I have Joachim Unge, and then another friend of mine who does not want to be identified.
Okay, what was the first one? Sorry.
Joachim Unge. He's Swedish.
Yeah, the spelling likely for the record.
Joakim Unge.
That's one individual.
Yes.
And there was a second one,
Yes.
and the second one,
She does not wish to be identified.
she told you that.
Yes.
She told you why she doesn't wish to be identified.
Probably because she doesn't want to be doing what I'm doing
Sure,
right
it's
now.
everything. Okay. By the way, we talked about it, and I heard on the 911 call, it said that there was a building that in part obstructed some of your view, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did anything else interfere with your ability to proceed that night?
Potentially.
Potentially what?
It was a Saturday evening.
Okay, what else happened on that Saturday that potentially would have impaired your ability to proceed?
So we were watching movies, and I had a hit of a joint.
And you had what?
I had a hit of a joint.
So you would use the joint in marijuana?
Yeah.
So she got high. So she got high.
Very
So
likely.
she got high.
Very good. Did you tell that to the police that night when they called you back?
No, I just said I didn't want to speak to police.
Okay. And I think you said on that 911 call, we just heard it, so I don't want to replay it for you, but the apartment you were at the time was up on the 7th floor, right? I had that right, 7th floor?
Yes.
Okay. And it was on the corner of Argyle and Selma.
Yeah.
And let's put up People's One, can I do that for me?
She probably thought Rihanna was gonna be there, y'all.
It looks like it's working out.
Got a little curtain bangs and the hair, little tees to the side.
that's, you saw that before people do, that's a little crooked. So just straighten that out for a second, that's people's one, correct? That's what you saw before, it's Matt behind you, right, Miss Mark Brown?
Yes.
So, before hearing what you believed to be a gunshot or 2 gunshots, you saw people fighting in the street.
Having an altercation, yes.
Um,
But I did say that part of it was obscured by the top of the car park's roof.
Okay. As a matter of fact, what you just said on that 911 call was that there were 4 men and they was kind of fighting as they were walking along Argyle, and then they turned the front themselves, correct?
Yes, correct.
And that was at the time.
Yes,
That-
it had just happened.
Right, so your recollection obviously would have been much better than
Yes.
today.
I have not, the first I've heard of this again was literally a week and a half ago, so you can excuse me for being a little shady on the
Oh,
details.
no, it's normal, right? I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, it's almost 4 years later.
Yeah.
But, what he said back then, on that 911 call would have been accurate,
Yes,
right? To the
Yes.
best of your ability.
yes,
Despite whatever. After you said those 4 men, were kind of fighting, walking along Argyle, they turned left onto Selma. After that happened, you saw these people turn left onto Selma Avenue, right?
yes,
And at that time, you heard yelling, according to your 911 call, right?
okay,
And then you saw people starting to run, according to the 911, correct?
yes, correct.
And according to your 911 call, only after you heard the yelling and saw people start to run, you saw what you believe being done, correct?
Correct.
And you told the police that after seeing someone pull out the gun, he shot.
Yes, correct.
And to be clear, that happened after the people turned left from Selma Avenue.
Correct.
And the street they turned left onto before you heard the shot was Vista Del Mar.
I wasn't sure what the street name was, I just knew that there was like a car park there, but yes, if according to that map, yes.
Assuming that matters, right?
Correct.
Right, okay. Obviously, from your central out, you didn't see a bullet or anything come out of that gun, right? You just heard a sound.
I saw flashes,
Okay.
but I heard shots, I saw flashes, but I obviously can't see from that.
Correct. And obviously, you didn't see anyone get hit, in particular, and you thought you saw someone go down, right?
I saw someone go down, I didn't know if they'd been hit or not, and that's why I called 911.
Right. And you didn't know, and by the way, I think you said on the record here today, your testimony today, and again, I know it was several years later, it appeared someone may have had a gun involved, but you're not sure because you were on the 7th floor. You both saying that this morning, when you were at testimony?
Was that when you were talking, when they were talking about underneath the parking structure, or in the actual open? Because if we're talking about when there was the altercation on Argyle, then I couldn't have been sure because it was under a roof and I was on the 7th floor. But when it was in the car park, it appeared to be a gun. Because otherwise, why would it make noise and flash?
Okay. Now, it's your testimony that you saw someone going down with an incident.
Oh, I'm so
Your
sorry.
testimony that you saw someone going down.
Yes.
All right, and according to you, you think the person who was shot was wearing blue clothing.
I said that in the 911 call. As of this moment, I do not recall.
Yes, I know you'd be good in this walk around, right? No one suggested you should, as you sit here today, remember exactly what you saw back in November of 2020. I'm basing my questions and your answers on your 911
Yes.
call, okay?
Okay, perfect.
What's in
Sorry.
that 911 call is really what we should be relying on, right? Yes.
Yes.
That's an objection to system.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, is there anything in your 911 call in which to correct today?
No, there's not. Again, I have been as accurate as possible with the time that has passed. I'm just here to give testimony and then leave, hopefully. Yes.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Anyway.
Well, that's part of testimony. They're trying to clarify what you're doing.
That person who was shot was wearing blue clothing, right?
According to my 911 call, yes.
And then you said, believe all the people ran in different directions.
According to my 911 call, yes.
And you can't be sure, I guess, the direction, you believe the person has gone, right?
According to the 911 call, yes.
At one point in time, one point said, you weren't even sure if the people ran away, right?
Correct.
And then when did they pull you back? Is that what happened?
They did call me back, yes.
Okay. And basically there were officers at the scene at that point already?
I can't recall if the officers were already at the scene, but I do know that they were on their way.
Okay. And that's when the 911 operator asked if you would meet the officers
Yes,
and you declined.
yes,
right?
correct.
All right, thank you. Farm Brown, no further.
Thank you.
Mr. Zoll, again?
No further questions.
All right, Mr. Martin Brown, thank you for coming in. You are excused. Next witness.
All right. Please excuse. I'm surprised they didn't ask her if she saw the police cars or anything at the point, because they did call her back unless I missed it. So just basically a recap. She saw the fight under the car park. She didn't get to see it all because they went into the car park. She couldn't tell you if she saw a gun at that point because her view was obstructed. She said that when they went down the street, made a left on this Argyle around the corner to really like directly behind the building of the car park. She did say that she saw where the vibe had changed and that there was fighting or an altercation. She didn't saw a person step back and there was a gun. There was shots, and then that's what caused for her to call 911 because she saw somebody go down and she didn't know if they were hurt or not because at that point her view was obstructed.
You need,
I'm just waiting to write down the name of the next witness. But so far, we've had two witnesses, Officer Zizzo, and I couldn't tell if she said her name was Leah or Elizabeth Martin Brown. But Miss Martin Brown, we did get that. They probably have another couple of hours of testimony, and then they're going to go because it's... Oh. Because it's 2:00. It's a little bit after 2 there, so they probably have another. They'll probably go to 4:30.
maybe 5-ish.
You might just right across from me, please. And if you just right about there, raise your right hand for us, please. Thank you. Someone state that the testimony you may give in the cause not to before this court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please take a seat with the witness. Stand right over there. And please adjust the microphone.
It looks like ASAP Relli.
After tell us your name, then spell it for the record.
Terrell, TERELLEPHROM.
So state no station. And try to speak into the microphone. All right, Mr. Wellman, the floor is yours.
All right, we got ASAP Relli up on the stand.
Morning. Or good afternoon. Do you know the man seated at the table in the tan jacket?
Yes.
What's his name?
Rocky.
Identify Mr. Mayor.
Mayor.
And do you know him by any other nicknames?
ASAPROCKY.
How did you first meet him?
You see, ASAPROCKY is sitting up straight. His mood has changed. Look how he's glaring at him.
Probably like 17, 18.
When you first met him, was he a well-known famous rapper?
No.
I want to jump ahead to November 6th, 2021, the date of this incident. Do you remember approximately, or do you remember how old you were that day?
Excuse me?
How old were you on the day that this happened? Do you remember?
Probably 33, 32.
Okay. Would it be fair to say you knew him about maybe 15 years at that point?
Yes.
Over the 15 years that you knew him, were the two of you friends?
Yeah.
Can you describe the closeness of your relationship to him?
The whole 15 years.
Yeah, over the course of your relationship, sort of how it started and then how close you were throughout the 15 years.
Well, I mean, we started a collective ASAP, which is a bunch of, how would you call it, like a bunch of people from New York that got different down nerves.
It's okay. Just take a minute, take a couple deep breaths. The relationship that you're describing in high school, were the two of you close friends? Like, would you see him every day, or was this sort of a friendship where you knew of him but didn't really know him?
No, we knew each other. We knew each other. We knew each other very well. I mean, it was probably like 6 or 7 of us. Probably like 4 of them was rappers.
Do you think you'd see him every day?
Up until he got famous, yeah.
Okay.
Like a little bit until he got famous.
How long do you think you knew him before? I know it's hard to pick down exactly when someone becomes famous, but about how long do you think you knew him before he became famous?
7 years.
And over that 7 years, it was a regular occurrence that you would be with him almost every day, correct?
Yeah.
Would you describe him at that time, the beginning of your relationship, as someone that was like a brother to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you started to tell us about ASAP. What does ASAP stand for?
It means a lot of different things, but always strive to prosper.
Were you a member of ASAP?
Yes.
Within ASAP, did you have a nickname that you went by?
Yeah, Relli. ASAP Relli.
Was that something that started when you were in high school?
Yeah.
What year of high school, if you remember? Like, were you a junior, a senior?
Oh, it was like a senior.
Did you know someone by the name of Elijah Lang?
Yes.
Was he also a member of ASAP?
Yes.
Did he have a nickname that he went by in ASAP?
ASAP Bills.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you Mark my next exhibit.
10.
10. Do you recognize the person depicted here in People's 10?
Yep.
And who's that?
Elijah.
Okay. Is it easier for you to refer to him as Elijah, Bills? How do you want to refer to him?
Bills.
Bills? Okay. Was he one of the kind of original members of ASAP?
Yeah.
How would you describe for the jury your relationship or your closeness with Elijah or Hills?
I mean, it was pretty good up until the incident.
Would you, up until the incident, would you have considered him a close friend of yours?
Yeah.
Was he someone that you would talk to on a regular basis?
Yeah, I talked to him the night before the incident. I was at his house actually.
Okay. Is it fair to say, kind of up until the day of that incident, you've known him maybe approximately 15 years too?
Yeah, just
Do you know someone by the name of Jamel Phillips?
yeah.
And is he also a member of ASAP?
Yeah.
What, if any, nicknames does he go by?
ASAP Bills.
Can I read my next exhibit?
Is anybody having trouble here? Everybody's okay? You're having some trouble?
Yeah.
Mr. Efron, could you try to speak up a little bit, please?
I'm in our People's 11 year.
Yes. What is it?
It's a one-page document with a single photograph depicting two people. Mr. Efron, showing you the person on the left in this photograph. Do you recognize who that is?
Yeah.
Who's that?
Jamel, 12.
And kind of like the same question with Hills, what's the easiest way for you to refer to him?
I was never really that cool with him.
No, I mean, as we're talking about the different people involved in this, how do you want me to refer to him? Do you want me to call him 12? Do you want me to call him
Yeah.
Janelle?
12.
Okay, 12. And the person who's next to him in this photograph, do you recognize that person?
Yeah, that's Rocky.
All right. You said regarding 12B that you were not as close to him, correct?
Is that yes?
Yes.
How would you put it in your own words, how would you describe your relationship with 12B prior to the incident?
I mean, there was never no problems, but I never wasn't that cool with him. Like, we really didn't interact that much.
Would you, if
He
you
wasn't
saw
like
him somewhere?
He came kind of like later, so like I really wasn't and like chilling women or chilling with anybody who came after the fact was ASAP.
Okay. So what you're describing is kind of you and the defendant and Hills had known each other longer, and then 12B came after that core group was formed.
Yeah, so me, Jabari, Hills, and Rocky pretty much started ASAP.
Okay.
And anybody else who came after, if they wasn't like genuinely like trying to better themselves or do something other than like fooling around, kind of distance myself.
Okay. Is that, you mentioned the name Jabari. Who's Jabari?
What do you mean by that?
What's his name?
Jabari. That's the name. ASAP Bari.
Okay. Does he have any other nicknames that you like?
Young Lord.
Would he also have been considered part of the ASAP collective that you described?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Within that collective of members of ASAP, were all the people that were members, were they all rappers?
No.
What were some of the other pursuits that members of ASAP would also pursue?
Fashion, producing, anything involved with like culture, really.
What, were you a rapper?
No,
What was your contribution to the group?
I was a manager. Not of ASAP, but I created my own company.
What was the name of your company?
Shut up.
And when you say you were a manager, what does that mean?
I was scout for talent, like I had producers, I had artists. I helped actual ASAP members with stuff.
So the managing that you're talking about is all related to the music industry,
Yes.
and you're saying you would try to find people who are talented at different areas within music, like rapping or producing, correct?
Yeah.
And would you try to help get them projects?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. The person that you refer to as Jabari, did you also refer to him as Bari?
Yeah. Yeah, Bari.
So if we say Jabari or Bari, we're talking about the same person?
Yes.
That person, Jabari, how close were you to him?
I would say we both feel.
Was he someone that you would see on a regular basis?
Yeah.
Did you have problems in the time that you knew him with him specifically? Is that no?
No.
Okay. Were you with Jabari the day before this incident on November 5th of 2021?
Yes, I was.
That day, November 5th, where in the country were you with Jabari?
We actually missed a flight. We were supposed to go to Chicago, but we was in LA.
Okay. So the whole time you're with him, you're in Los Angeles, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you live in Los Angeles at the time?
No.
What state did you live in November of 2021?
New York.
How long have you been in Los Angeles on November 5th, 2021? So if you can tell us the exact date that you flew in, that's fine, or if you can just give us an estimate of how many days you've been in Los Angeles.
Probably flew in, I think the 5th.
So that day?
Or the 4th, I don't know. Like, my artist was in town, so he was recording. So I don't know, it was a while ago. I'll have to look at text messages or something like that.
Okay. Would that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Okay. May I have your return? Oh, I'm sorry, you don't have to. Yeah, I apologize. You told us that. Refresh your recollection.
Yeah.
Okay. So what days were you specifically in Los Angeles with your artist while he was recording?
Let me see again what date it is.
What did you?
I was doing it, I didn't look at it.
Hold on. What did you attempt to refresh the recollection?
A text message.
Is it a screenshot?
Yes. I wasn't gonna mark it as an exhibit.
You don't have to. It's just used to refresh his recollection. It doesn't have to be an exhibit.
Let me see the date. I was just reading it.
Yeah, take your time.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so what days were you in Los Angeles with your artists?
Are you all still watching the stream?
Probably like the third day. Okay, like on the third. Because I got on the Airbnb. That's pretty close to my hotel.
Yeah, Troy, you gotta keep your voice. Try to, your voice is soft, so try to speak into it.
So what I think you're saying is you arrived in Los Angeles, to the best of your recollection, November 3rd of 2021, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
And your artist, the artist that you were managing was recording music the 4th, 5th, and 6th, correct?
I believe so, yes.
How did you get to Los Angeles on the 3rd?
What do you mean?
And you're from New York, how did you get here?
Oh,
When you say you flew, did you fly on a private plane or on a commercial jet?
on a Delta commercial.
Did you have to go through airport security?
Yeah.
Okay, you said you met up with Jabari on November 5th in Los Angeles, correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall where you met him?
When I first met Jabari,
Yeah. Well, I
when I
mean,
first went there,
that day, November 5th, where did you meet him?
in his apartment, I mean in his house.
And is that in Los Angeles?
Is that yes?
Yes.
While you were with Jabari that day, did you overhear a conversation between Jabari and the defendant, Mr. Mayers?
Yeah, we was on our way back from the airport, and he got a call from Ronnie.
So the defendant called Jabari?
Yeah.
And can you describe for the jury how it was that you were able to hear the defendant on that call?
We was in the back of the SUV, and he got a call from Rocky, and he put the phone on his stomach. So he was laying back in the truck, and he put his phone on his stomach, and just was like listening, like talking to him.
Was the
I'm
phone
on the chair.
Was the phone on speaker?
Yeah.
So you could hear both sides of the conversation?
Yeah.
What was the nature of the call between Jabari and the defendant?
It started off first, I believe, like Rocky was trying to get Barry to come to this complex con, Kenya Universal thing, and Jabari declined, and the conversation got kind of weird, like, and then Jabari says something like, "Oh, I see you got ills and 12 on the jet," and it became like an inside joke because Rocky hasn't hit them, and it just became an inside joke, kind of. So then Rocky's like, "Oh yeah, you know, I got my niggas with me, boom, 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 whatever." And then instantly after that, he says, "Fuck that nigga Relli." And I'm like, I'm sitting in the back of the chair, and I kind of get up, and I'm like, and then Barbie like stops me. He's like, and then I'm listening, and then he's like, "Oh yeah, I don't fuck with." Can I say what I want to say?
Yes.
Say it.
So he pretty much was like, "Oh, I don't fuck with that nigga. He mad emotional, like this, that, and the third." Pretty much. It was so long ago, but it was, and the contents of that. And then Jabari was like, "What you mean you don't fuck with him?" And he's like, "I just don't fuck with him. I don't like that nigga. Like this, that, and the third."
Now I do want to pause here because the reason why that they had quote unquote beef, or why ASAP Rocky didn't F with him, again goes back to one of their ASAP collective members dying, and ASAP Rocky telling the family that he was going to pay for it. And there was some kind of twitch in regards when the money came back and forth. ASAP Relli was upset about that whole situation. So, and I think ASAP Relli had made some statements in regards to ASAP Rocky about it. And so it's all about one of their friends dying. I couldn't tell you if he was killed or not. I just know that he died, and there was ASAP Rocky had promised the family that he'd pay for the funeral, and he eventually paid for it. And so they're having issues in regards to that.
And after he said something about like it's so long ago, but he was like, I'll beat him up or something like that. So, you want to keep going?
Let me stop you. You said that you keep saying he said. Were those all things that the defendant said specifically?
Yeah.
So he was the one that said he doesn't fuck with you, correct?
Yeah.
Had you said anything at that point in the car that would have alerted him to the fact that you were actually in the car?
No, he didn't know I was there.
Did
I wanted to say something, but Ari was like kind of put his hand to the side to like my leg. You know what I mean? And I was just listening.
I'm assuming then that Jabari didn't tell him, I'm in the car with.
Oh, no.
Okay, so as far as you knew, the defendant had no idea that you were in the car.
No, he had no idea.
Other than the specific things that you already said about you, is there anything else that you can recall that the defendant said about you on that call?
Not at the moment. It was like 3 years ago. So like, I got anxiety. I got anxiety right now. So it's like,
in the past, have you said that on that call the defendant said, referring to you, he's a bitch?
Absolutely.
All right. At that moment, on November 5th of 2021, were you aware of tension between you and the defendant? At the point that the defendant is saying those things about you on the phone, were you also feeling tension in your relationship with him?
I mean, it's kind of always been like that. It's really hard having a relationship with Rocky.
Can you explain that?
I mean, you want me to tell you my personal experience? Or
Yes.
I feel like he's fake.
How so?
He lies a lot. Like, I don't see him, so it's like, how are we gonna have a relationship? You know what I mean?
Is there anything specific that you can think of?
Yeah, with like my companies or just anything, like overall. Like, you know what I mean? Like I had this one job I call him Mr. 6 month man, because I would see him every 6 months. You know what I mean? But then when we come around, it's like, it's fake. You know what I mean? Like, what are we supposed to be in this ASAP thing for? It's all smoking mirrors.
Did you actually voice your displeasure
Oh,
to
yeah.
him?
Yeah.
How did you do that?
Through text messages, but nothing ever like threatening him or anything, just mostly telling him like, you gotta tighten up, this shit fake.
But you would text message him and say,
And he won't text me back. He would never text me back.
okay.
I'll probably see him and we'll have a conversation. He'll be like, oh bro, you emotional or something like that. An intense like, you know, shit like that.
When he calls you emotional, you heard that as an insult to you, correct?
Not really.
Okay, how did you take it?
Like he's trying to shoot me off. Like using that as like leverage to be like, not get business done, I guess.
All right, I want to direct your attention to the very next day, so November 6th, 2021, the day of this incident. Where were you staying at that night in Los Angeles?
Staying at the Lowe's Hotel in Hollywood.
And that evening, did you have any plans to meet up with the defendant at all?
No, I haven't spoken to him in months, probably prior to that. I texted him, but he never answered me back.
You mentioned in your earlier answer that there was this event called Complex Conference going on that weekend, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said the defendant was actually performing at that concert series, correct?
Yeah.
Did you have plans to go with the defendant to Complex Con?
No. I wasn't on that jet. I didn't get no phone call. So why would I, you know what I mean?
So that's, I guess, what I'm asking you to explain. As far as Complex Con, you had no plans to go there, and certainly not to go with him, correct? Did you have plans to go with Ills or with 12?
No.
What was your business in Los Angeles at that time?
Working with my artists.
And if you can recall, what are the hours that you're working with your artists?
I booked pretty much all day sessions. We was finishing up a mixtape for, I believe one of these labels wanted me to like show them like something like better than. So I had a couple songs, so they just wanted to see like a compilation of the work that I'm doing.
Okay. How long? You're saying hours, but how many hours would these sessions?
I don't know. I would be in and out. I would never stay in the studio that long.
Okay.
I was looking for the artist.
At around 9:23 that evening, did you receive a series of calls and text messages from the defendant, Ills, and 12?
I would love to know who the artist was.
At the time that you were receiving those communications, what were you doing?
I was sleeping.
Mark my next exhibit, Your Honor. 12. It is a single photograph, a screenshot of a call log.
No. Let me see. Right.
I'm going to show this to you. You recognize this here.
That layout of that courtroom seems to be quite cumbersome.
And is this a photograph that you specifically took? Like a screenshot?
Yeah.
Okay. And what is reflected in your call log here?
What do you mean?
Okay, all these numbers are in red. Does that mean anything to you?
Missed call.
And who were the people that you were missing calls from at the start of the conversation?
Rocky. That's a larger number. That's 12B. Elijah, Rocky.
Okay. And did you receive those missed calls kind of in quick succession? Meaning like right after each other?
I don't know. I woke up to a FaceTime call from Rocky. So then after I noticed I had all those missed calls, I didn't even like wake up and notice the calls.
Prior to you waking up, did you receive any text messages from the defendant?
Yeah.
So you're saying you received a bunch of missed calls while you were asleep. You woke up, you answered your phone, talked to him, and then you kind of went back and looked at your phone afterwards. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
And that's when you saw you had a bunch of missed calls from him, and Elijah at 12. You also have text messages from him.
Yeah.
Hey, P.
We'll mark my next turn as 13.
We're on the direct examination of ASAP Relli.
If I may approach with People's 13.
So far, he's the third witness.
Recognize what you see here?
Yeah.
And just in general, what is this photograph?
This is a screenshot.
Of your phone?
Mm-hmm. Me and Rocky.
You say yes?
Message. Yes.
And is this screenshots, text messages that you received from him that day?
Mm-hmm.
You
Yes.
say yes?
Yes.
You're
Sorry.
welcome.
Every time you say that, or he's gonna ask you. Yeah, but if you can, try to say yes or no.
Yes.
So there are 3 messages at the top that are in gray. Are those from you or are those from the defendant?
That's from Rocky.
And if you would read them one after another, what do they say?
Where you at? Question mark. Let's get to it. Stop ducking my calls.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. When he texted you, specifically the phrase "let's get to it," did you know what he was referring to?
I mean, I had kind of an idea that he wanted to probably fight or something, or just argue or something. I don't know.
What gave you that idea?
The day before his conversation.
So you still have that conversation that he had with you already in your head at the time you read that text message?
Yeah, that conversation spoke volumes because I never heard him talk like that. And over the whole, many years I know him, I told him a bunch of times, if you ever had a problem with me, let me know. Because shit's not adding up.
Okay. When you said that he...
And I do want to recap for those that have just joined us. We have ASAP Relli, who is Terrell Efron. He is the victim. He is going over a bunch of text messages that were received by him from ASAPROCKY. Just some history on this. Apparently that they were not in a good place with each other because another one of their collective members, I want to say his name was ASAP Josh, I think is what his name was. He passed away. And ASAPROCKY had promised the family that he would pay for the funeral. I don't know if where this other collective member had passed away. Apparently, ASAP Relli was upset with ASAPROCKY because at some point in time, when ASAPROCKY paid for the funeral, I guess it wasn't fast enough or quick enough for maybe the family or ASAP Relli, and they had some issues about that prior to this. Now, I don't know if it was a continuous tete-a-tete about it, but they had a issue about that. And so therefore ASAPROCKY and ASAP, so there was words and stuff told between other people within the collective, and so those two were pretty much on the outs with each other. So during the time of this incident, ASAPROCKY was in town because he was performing at Complex Con, and according to Terrell Efron's testimony, he was in town because he was assisting one of his artists. So we'll just continue from there.
You thought he wanted to fight you. What do you specifically mean by that phrase, fight?
Like, what do you mean by that?
Do you mean physical violence? Do you mean an argument? What do you
Yeah, like an argument, maybe like a physical, I don't know. I don't know what he was thinking.
Did, at that point, were you wanting to have a physical fight with him?
No.
Those text messages that you read from him, when you read those, did you perceive those to be aggressive towards you?
Yeah.
Now, you said also when you woke up, you talked to him on FaceTime, correct?
Yeah.
What was your conversation with him about?
He was just more so like, okay, so he was like, he was like, where you at? And I'm like, huh? And then he's like, where are you? Like, kind of like broke down. And I'm like, instantly, I don't know, for some reason, I just told him the W. You know what I mean? And he's like, no, you're not. That's a bum ass hotel. So I'm like, and then he's like, show me where you at. So then I got up in bed and I kind of, the Lowe's Hotel is on Hollywood. The W is in Hollywood. So it kind of, everything kind of looked the same. So when I showed him outside, I think that was good enough to the point he believed I was at the W.
Okay. When you said you received this call, were you fully awake even when you started talking to him?
No, I was still asleep, kind of.
And you said he first asked you where are you at, and you said, I think you said
Yeah, I said
and then you said he broke it down, where you at?
No, where are you? Like, where you at? Where are you? Like, kind of like with force the second time, like.
Okay, that was even my question. What was his tone of voice when he said, where are you?
Okay, so the first one was like kind of regular. After I said whatever. The second one was just like, wait, like, you know, it was a problem. Like, where are you? Like, where you at? Like, you know what I mean?
And you said that after you told him you were staying at the W, he called your room a bum ass room.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I guess it's what they look like the W.
Like not as nice.
I don't know.
How did you receive it?
Yeah, pretty. Like, I was still asleep. I didn't care. I just wanted to show him outside the window to figure out what the hell is going on. You know what I mean? Are we gonna link up? Like, what's going on? What's the purpose of this call?
At the moment you're talking to him, did you have any idea why you wanted to meet up with him?
No.
Okay, you said you showed him Hollywood Boulevard outside of your hotel. What was the next thing that happened in your phone call after that?
I think he said he'd be right there. And then that's when I text Elijah, like, because then I'm looking at my phone and I'm noticing I got all these text messages. And like I said, Jamel text me too and called me, but I don't like Jamel like that. So I like ills. I know ills, you know what I mean? So text ills. I'm like, what's going on? Pretty much.
Hold on.
I don't remember exactly what I said from that day because it was 3 years ago, but I hit ills to like kind of confirm like what's going on.
Yeah, and that's fine. At that point, did you know that 12B and Hills were with the defendant?
What do you mean? Like,
did you know that
come in
and work together?
Like, come to link me?
No, I mean in general.
Oh yeah, because it was on the plane.
Okay. And so when you received the messages from Hills and from 12B, you understood at that time that they were with the defendant, correct?
Yeah.
After your conversation let me clarify that when you say you're on FaceTime, was that FaceTime that also had video associated with it?
Yes.
So he could see you through the phone, correct?
Yes.
After your conversation with him, did the two of you make plans to meet up?
I mean, I didn't really make plans. It was kind of like link up. And I wanted to, though we just gonna talk and like really hash things out. Because this happened before, not like this, but like where we talk shit out, you know what I mean? And like I said, I call him Mr. 6 months and I haven't seen him in a very long time.
It's interesting that the prosecution is not talking about why they needed to quote unquote hash things out. It's just it's almost like they just materialized and had beef. Because again, I had explained earlier what their so-called beef was, but the prosecution is dancing around it for some reason.
So maybe he hasn't read the room, you know what I mean? Like, okay, yeah.
You You said in the past when you had problems with him, you felt comfortable just expressing that to him verbally and talking, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And was that sort of something that had happened on multiple occasions where the two of you would talk and work out your problems verbally?
And I'm gonna ask the lady, be curtailed a little bit, please, so we know that question.
Your Honor, we can.
Can you say that again, please?
Was that something that had happened multiple times where the two of you would talk and work out your problems, or was that something that only happened once before?
I mean, if we worked out our problems, we wouldn't be here. So this was an ongoing thing of just like open and entering, like promises or anything, you know what I mean? But I didn't care really. I was always working towards my goals at the end of the day, what I wanted to accomplish out of the situation.
I guess what I'm trying to listen or ask you about is, have you had problems in your relationship with the defendant prior to this?
I wouldn't say problem. I don't know. Me personally, I never had a problem with him, but I think he had a problem with me.
Okay. You say, I think the words that you used to describe what
No, I actually do know he had a problem with me because in the text message, he says that I got him cut, like I let him get cut. And that happened years, like years something. So that means you're holding on a grudge and something I didn't even had nothing to do with.
Okay, we'll get there. Hold on.
I feel like that was our whole relationship, like just weird grudges. Oh, I don't know.
Okay. Are you saying that you felt like he had a problem with you and you didn't have a problem with him?
Yeah, of course I didn't have a problem with him.
But you had sent him messages in the past where you had expressed, your disappointment. You already said that. Right?
Yeah.
So there
I
was
think we have those text messages. The text messages, I always still like, how you say it, like complimenting him or big him up for his success. At the same time, like you're doing bad.
Okay.
But then the same text messages, like I never was like just straight out like, oh, fuck you. I never said fuck you. I probably did, but it was like real wishy-washy in the sense like love, like I don't know, some, but I never really got responses back from him.
I'm trying to understand, if you can, what your state of mind is as you're going to this meeting with him, or as you said, to link up.
My state of mind?
Yeah.
I was feeling real confident because, like I said, I don't think he read the room. I'm doing really good for myself. So I felt like this is a time for me and him to like actually come to common grounds and be like, fuck the bullshit. You know what I mean? Because what are we doing here? Like you talk to everybody else like that. You're not talking to me like that. Nor am I accepting none of this. You know what I mean?
When you say read the room, what do you mean by that phrase?
Yeah, what do you mean?
Because why would you do what you did if you're not under? Say read the room is just because like you're not reading the room, like you're not knowing who you're dealing with. You know what I mean? Like you're thinking you could just. He knows of me, but he didn't know what I was up to. So you're probably thinking I'm a bum or I'm not like this person, somebody you could just have your way with.
Did you feel personally like your music career was becoming more successful?
Yeah, for sure. I was going in and out of the label meetings.
Would you say at that point that was essentially the height of your career in the music business? Have you been more successful? Okay.
Yeah. In the music industry, yeah. Yeah, I was at my highest I ever been because I finally figured it out. I figured out how to make money back into everything. So I made my own way.
Sorry, and I don't mean to talk over you. My apologies for that. Mm-hmm. You said that going into this meeting, you were confident. Is that what you mean by?
It wasn't even a meeting. I wouldn't even call it a meeting. It was just like I'm linking up with Rocky. I haven't seen it do it in dumb long. Yeah. Like anytime you want, like you're gonna go link him. Like you know what I mean? Like I don't see the dude.
What does that phrase "link with him" mean to you? Are you saying
there's such a disconnect for me? And you all let me know down in the chat if you're feeling the disconnect, because there's something he's trying to say something without saying something, because he's making it seem like first he comes and said that they were not close. But then he's saying, oh, we're going to link up together, and if you use words like we're going to link up together, that means that both parties are agreeing to come together, and it's not necessarily any beef or going on. If there was any beef going on, words like I'm going to confront him, I'm gonna confront him, or we're gonna have to hash it out. Those types of terminology words that I would want to hear. But when you're talking, when he's trying not to say something, because to say that you're linking up with somebody, not to say that it's something cheerful, but to link up with somebody means that there was that YouTube thing, but we just saw, or would just reference that there was some text messages that he was trying to get in contact with you. Now, my question is, how did ASAPROCKY know that he was in town, other than him saying, where are you? Somebody had to tell ASAPROCKY that this man was in town, because again, ASAPROCKY is scheduled to be he's ASAPROCKY is in town for work. So I'm missing something. Something's not clicking. So I'm gonna let it continue, but I wanted you all to know my state of mind. Something's not clicking. There's something not clicking, because I don't see where you would get from, where are you? Let me see the hotel that you're in. Stop dodging my calls. And then you all get up together and you've had this altercation. Something's not clicking. Somebody is not saying something.
Say something less, like more informal than.
Like, for instance, if we had a problem, I felt like it could have been hashed out the moment he seen me, but instead, it was like, it got nasty. You know what I mean? Like he didn't read the room. He didn't take a second to think.
Where is it specifically that you ultimately linked up with?
Well, when I was walking from the Lowe's, because it's kind of far away, I was texting Elijah, and then I told him I'm like next to Trader Joe's or something, because I know the area of the W. So then when I don't really know the streets, so the top of the W, that I just, instead of being on the side of W, I cross the street for some reason. And then I see Rocky walking. Well, I don't see him yet. I'm walking down the block. Then I hear him. I hear him first before I even see him. He has a hoodie on.
Okay. Is there any kind of landmark in the area that where you ultimately linked up with him?
What do you mean?
Meaning, you're saying, I don't remember what the streets were called. That's okay, but was there something on the street where you met him that you could say, we were outside of this?
Oh, it was directly across from the entrance way of the W. Like, there's a parking lot.
You all make sure you hit that like button for me.
Kind of.
I'm going to mark my next one, Your Honor.
14.
Mr. F, I'm showing you equals 14. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yeah.
And do you see the entrance of the parking lot that you were on?
Yeah, so I was walking like right here.
There's a pointer. You see a wooden pointer anywhere?
So I was walking on this block, coming straight here, and then he was like somewhere right here, and then I heard him. You want me to check what out?
Well, I'm just asking, do you recognize this area?
Oh yeah.
And is that specifically the parking lot that you met him in front of?
Yeah.
All right. said you don't know the streets in that area very well, but did you know where Hollywood Boulevard was?
Yeah.
And were you at all close to Hollywood Boulevard?
Yes, the main like strip, I believe.
Would that have been like directly above where you?
Yeah, above.
All right, I'm going to show you number 2, where Hollywood Boulevard is labeled here at the top. You see that?
You see what now?
Is the screen in front of you working? Just so you don't have to turn around.
No, it's not.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. Along the top of this page, I know there's a lot going on here, but you see, can you recognize this to be Hollywood Boulevard at the top?
I'm not from LA, so I wouldn't open the Relli, but that's Hollywood Boulevard.
Let's go to Eagles Exhibit 2. This is clearly marked there.
Oh
Hollywood
yeah,
Boulevard.
yo.
Sorry, People's One. Thank you. The street that you came down was next to the W Hotel, correct? I know it's not marked on here, but
Yeah, where's the hotel?
did you come down a street that was right next to the W Hotel?
Yes.
And you came from Hollywood Boulevard down the street?
Yeah. Because I traveled from the Lowe's, so I took out Hollywood Boulevard.
Did you walk pretty much Hollywood Boulevard the entire way?
Yeah.
And you said then at the W, then you turned and came down the street next to the.
Yeah, Argyle.
Okay. If you don't remember the name of the street, that's fine. Just you can tell us by the landmarks. But what you're saying is you came Hollywood Boulevard to the W, and then you turned down a small street that was next to the W.
Is that yes? Yes.
And I believe you said in your prior answer that the street that you were on had the entrance to the valet area of the W, correct?
No, I wasn't on the side of the W.
No, I'm saying that street is where you would enter the W Hotel.
Oh, yeah.
And, but you said you were specifically on the other side of the street from the W.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go back to the parking garage. You described it before on People's 14, coming this way, so from the lower left-hand corner towards the top right-hand corner of the page in that direction on the sidewalk, correct?
Yes.
So would the W have been on the opposite side of the street?
Yeah, right. So.
And as you were walking down that street, what was the next thing that you remembered that caught your attention?
I didn't see nobody. I heard Rocky though. I heard him say, "What now, pussy?" But it's been so long, so what now, pussy, or what now? Like, something along lines of that. Like he was like, "What now?"
And what was his tone of voice?
Oh, he was loud. Like that's what caught my attention. And then I seen Elijah, and then Jamel, and then that's when I'm walking. Like, so I was continuing walking. I wasn't like stopping or waiting around anywhere. I was already walking. They was already there. So I guess they was already on Argyle because they was calling me still. Elijah was calling me to see where I'm at. Mind you, I was far. That hotel was far. So when I got there, I'm walking down the block. I wasn't like waiting, holding him or anything. I'm still en route pretty much. So I hear him as I'm en route still. And then that's when we meet up and then we see the altercation.
But you're saying the first thing that caught your attention was his voice, correct?
Yeah.
Saying, "What now, pussy?"
Yeah, what now, pussy?
And it was loud.
Yeah.
Was it aggressive?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, after that, hearing that, did you see him?
Yeah, truthfully, it was all like a movie. It was like literally like a movie.
Explain that.
Just the way he was walking, the whole thing, like the hoodie, like it would just caught me off guard. You know what I mean? Like it was
Okay.
no time to talk, no time for nothing.
Right, these people don't know what you're talking about with the hoodie though. Can you explain what you mean when you say with the hoodie?
Oh, because he had a hoodie on.
Up over his head?
Yeah.
Okay, and was he walking straight towards you?
Yeah.
Was, you said Hills and 12 you were with him, how close were they to him?
Oh, they was right behind him.
Were they facing you too?
My eyes was on Rocky at that point. Like when he said, "What now, pussy?" I was like, he's right there. You know what I mean?
You're focused on him.
Yeah.
But you can kind of see in your first read that the two other guys are
Yeah, for sure.
close.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Do you know why I keep saying that?
No.
Right, see this lady right here, she's a word for, and she's taking down every word that
No,
everybody
he's
says.
like really nervous.
No,
So I'm like, you know what I
it's
mean?
okay, a lot of people get nervous with it right there. I didn't want you to think I'm messing with you when I say, is that yes or no? She has to take down every word that everybody says, and when you say or it's not clear what you mean. So that's why I'm saying you need yes or no. It's so the court reporters.
Like a verse.
What?
Like a verse.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. As best you can, if you can take yourself back to that moment, as you're walking up towards him, were you expecting to get in a physical fight with him?
I mean, at that moment, the way, before then, no, I thought maybe we were going to talk. Or even when he did bring them, I thought maybe he was bringing them to like make a statement or something to like let them think that he's like tough or something. I don't know. That's what I kind of thought like after.
No, I'm not talking about Hills or 12. I'm just talking about the defendant.
Okay.
Were you approaching him of the state of mind that you were going to have a physical fight with him?
No, I the whole time, to be honest, I would never fight Rocky. And that's God's honest truth. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have a reason to fight them. We're in an industry where you get blackballed really easy. I'm obviously on the lower end of the stick here. You get what I'm saying? So that's why in the video, you notice I'm a lefty. I pushed him away with my left. He grabbed me with two hands. If I wanted to fight him, and mind you, we're walking. If I wanted to fight him, I would have hit him with the right. You get what I'm saying? And it would have been fighting. Like, I stopped him with my left. And in the video, that's when you see Elijah, like, kind of like breaking it up after.
Before we talk about the video, we get there. I want, if there's any other way that you can explain that to the jury, what it would mean for you to get in a physical fight, specifically with the defendant at that moment.
The only thing that would make me fight Rocky is if I'm physically like hurt, like if he punched me. Then I would consider hitting him a fight. But I would give him, just because who he is, like I wanted, and I think he uses that to his benefits or like whoever famous whatever that shit is. But like I wasn't gonna fight him.
What would it mean for your career if you got in a physical fight?
Oh, it would be over.
How so?
It would be over.
Can you
Literally
explain
over. You don't have a career.
Was that in your head?
I'm like part of a conglomerate, like a group. So if I fight Rocky and I beat him up, or if we fight or something, I'm already not liked, and people don't like me and shit like that. So I'm fighting him. I'm definitely getting blackballed, and all the labels like him and work with him and do this. You know what I mean?
Why are you not
I'm
liked?
just trying to swither my way in. You know what I mean?
What is going on that you're not liked?
To like that we fought or something like that, I'm pretty sure it won't go good. Like nobody will do business with me or.
Is it just me? I'm confused. I'm confused because I haven't figured out how did they know each other was in town or I'm confused about that because there's so much stuff being left out. I'm confused about you showing where your place was. I'm confused about why you went to go meet them. You went to go link up, but why were you going to link? I'm so confused. I'm just so confused. You're so welcome. I'll be covering it tomorrow. Yes, I will. So you have a good dinner, okay? Thank you so much for rocking with me this long, Donna. I am so confused. I'm confused about. I'm confused. The prosecution has me confused. I know that they're fighting. I know he's nervous. I know he wants to get to the information, but it's like we are at point G, and I haven't figured out C, uh, E, or A.
Other things like that, you know what I mean?
Okay, I want to ask you just about a couple things you just said in your answer. You mentioned ASAP in that. Was the defendant kind of the most successful member of ASAP at that point?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
By far?
By far.
Would he have been kind of the leader of ASAP, even if not formally? Would he
I wouldn't say the leader, but
You both can't talk at the same time. That's the question again.
Would other members of ASAP kind of turn to him when they have projects or things like that?
not too many people. It wasn't real motion. Like they didn't. It was pretty much whatever Rocky got going on. Like people would try things, but it kind of got to like what Rocky's doing, or like stuff like that.
Okay. I mean, what I hear is you're saying he was like really the only highly successful member of this.
No, because then you got Jabari that creeped through the doors, through his B-Long, you know what I mean? You got Ferg, who
I was just gonna say there was ASAP Ferg.
Good luck.
Okay.
And I mean, good
Including
luck.
yourself?
Yeah, for sure. I was definitely down and out.
Let's take a break now.
Okay.
Folks, we'll take 15 minutes. Please be outside the courtroom doors at 3:15, at which time we will resume. And please don't discuss the case amongst yourself or anybody else.
And we'll just sit here and we will wait until they get back. But is it just me? I'm confused. Now, I know what I know, but I'm not feeling like the prosecution is getting it across very well. I do understand he ASAP Relli is a little nervous because it doesn't look like him and ASAP Rocky have squashed their beef, so to speak. So, but I am a little confused. I wish the prosecution is not trying to make it seem like this man was just walking along, la 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 la, and ASAP Rocky called him to confront him. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just a little confused. I think he needed to get a break because he was they've asked him several times not to say uh-huh and yeah and mm-hmm to answer, and like I said, he's nervous and I'm not trying to pounce on him about that, but I am, me looking at this, and I'm just only looking at this as someone being on the jury. I would be so confused at this point as to why they were linking up, why they were linking up together. So, but right now we are on break. They're taking a 15-minute break, so we'll return in 15 minutes. Let's see, where are we? I was thinking about going back. I do like going back to the first day. But there's not that much more. We pretty much went through the defense's testimony, and we also went through Officer Zizzo. What did you all think about the testimony of Martin Brown, Miss Martin Brown? What did you think about that testimony? Was there anything that stood out to you all about the testimony for Miss Martin Brown? She was as credible as she needed to be. She did give us some awareness about how everything looked from her vantage point, what she saw, what she didn't see. I thought her testimony was decent, is good. I don't know what the defense, because the defense keeps talking about this starter pistol. So I'm confused about what they're because I don't even know if the starter pistol has been provided as evidence or anything like that. So do starter pistols? Let's look that up. Do they release cartridges or do they just release sound? Okay, so it says here that starter pistols have blank cartridges. These are type of they use blank cartridges which produce a loud noise and flash of smoke without firing a projectile, making them suitable for starting. So a starter pistol does not produce a projectile. Interesting. I didn't know, because this sounds like if you all had followed me before, you remember we did the Rust case with Alec Baldwin and the armorer, and the armorer was convicted because she didn't control that scene. There was live rounds and non-live rounds, and she didn't know where anything went and how it went. She was hired because her father was the industry standard in being an armorer, and I guess she was hired as a favor. And so she's on that set. And again, she's not really paying attention. Now, she did say that she was having to do 2 or 3 jobs at the same time, but still in all, she was hired as the armorer. So get that job done first and then do your other jobs. But because people were out there target practicing and all this other stuff, somehow, some kind of way, we have bullets that are mixed up. Live rounds are mixed up with supposedly dummy rounds, and the cinematographer on that set was pruned from the timeline. So all right, so I'm not looking, I'm looking as far as how long we have to go in regards to this case. So we're at this point, we're at the victim, and he is the third witness. So we had Officer Zizzo, we had Miss Martin Brown, and we have ASAP Relli. We have him on here. So I don't know what their witness list looks like, because it doesn't look like it's that long. Because we're going to see here from ASAP 12E and ASAP Ills. So this is going to be interesting. So what I'll do, since we are taking a break, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to keep the stream up. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. So I'm
Have you ever felt? Are you listening? Damn. Yeah. 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 Are you listening? Damn. Yeah.
All right, people. We're still waiting. So, again, it's just like he's leaving so much information out for me. I don't understand I don't understand that. I know that there's still some. I know he still has ASAP Relli. I know he still has a ongoing a civil suit out against ASAP Rocky because he wants to have the his medical bills paid, and I know there's some other things going on as well. But I tell you, there's a lot of information being left out here for me. I'm just not getting all the information that I want to get out from him, and I don't know if the prosecution is just the prosecution is not. I guess he's okay with leaving it out because we don't, he seems it's not relevant. But again, for me, I want to know why y'all was linking up. You claim that there was not an issue, but we know from the defamation lawsuit that there was an issue, there was a problem between you two simply because of I think it was ASAP Josh. ASAP Josh was died and there was funeral costs to be paid. I think that's who it was. I'm not sure which ASAP it was. It was so many ASAPs. So I don't know which one it is. It's one of them ASAPs, child. But anyway, all I was saying is there's some information that's just not being put out here, and I really would love for at least the prosecution to put it out. It looks like the defense is ready to. Okay, so he died of an. Looks like he dies. He died. The last person. Here we go. So it was ASAP Josh. That was 2021. And this all kicked off in 2022-ish, I guess. I'm just looking, trying to see if there's a I don't see one. So what I'm looking for, and I don't mean to just go quiet. I was looking to see if they had a copy of the lawsuit. I'd have to do a little bit more digging, because sometimes you can just type it in and it'll come up. I'll see if any of my mutuals have a copy of it. So they should be back from this 15-minute break by now. Let's see what's going on.
With record labels, is that correct?
All right. All right, so they are back and we're getting ready to start.
You get what I'm saying? Like, he's famous. I'm nobody, pretty much.
Had you had meetings with record labels before this incident?
Oh, yeah.
And since this incident, have you continued to have meetings with record labels?
No, the moment the moment it became public, everything changed.
How so?
I mean, like everything changed. Like people knew it was me that pressed charges against Robbie. So everybody looked at me like I'm doing wrong for pressing charges.
And did some of the deals that you had set up, did those go away?
Oh yeah, I had to like pretty much vacate my label and everything because my artists, they no longer wanted to work with me because of the decisions I chose to make. So yeah.
So not only the record labels that you were meeting with, but also the artists who you were managing no longer wanted to work with you.
Yeah, because they felt like many different reasons, but one, they felt like I don't have no credibility no more. One, and two, I'm getting labeled as, I guess, a snitch or something like that, you know?
Okay. Now, those are real consequences that have happened to you since this incident. But did you have in your mind before you met with him at the parking lot that something like that would happen if you got into a physical fight with him?
Wait, say that again?
Yeah, did you know going into this incident that if you got into a physical fight, that it would likely be the end of your music career?
Yeah, that's why I want to fight Robbie.
as you were walking to the street where you ultimately linked up with him, did you have any weapons?
No.
Did you have any handguns with you?
No.
Did you have any knives, folding knives, anything like that?
Nothing of the sort.
I'm gonna mark your next exhibit. 15. And equals 15 is an external hard drive or what they call thumb drive. Contains surveillance data to audio. There is on one of the surveillance videos, but it's not spoken word.
For noise?
Yeah, it's.
Put it on here so I don't have to like.
Yes. Hold on 1 second. Okay, and Your Honor, just so the record is clear, we mark this as catch 15?
The thumb drive?
Yes.
15.
On equals 15, it's the file that I'm playing is labeled sequence surveillance video. All right, Mr. Efron, I'm going to play just a few seconds of this video, then I'll ask you some questions. And I'm stopping that. It's that reverse really small. It's at 30 seconds on the video player. Did you recognize the what was captured on that video in those 30 seconds? Did you recognize what we saw there?
Yeah.
And did you specifically recognize that to be the first incident that happened when you first linked up with the defendant?
Yes.
Did you recognize yourself in that video?
Yes.
Play it again from the beginning, and I'll stop it. Okay. I think I stopped it at 6 seconds, if I can read that from here. The first person that we saw walking down the sidewalk on the screen, who was that?
Wait, the person
Play
that
it again?
the person that I seen?
Yes.
Yeah, that was right.
No, the first person that we saw coming down.
Oh, that's me.
That's you,
Yeah.
right? Okay. And I'll play it forward a little bit from here. And pause it at 11 seconds on the video. Now, the second person that we see in the screen looks like they're, physically right in front of you. Who is that?
That's right.
And when you first approached him, can you describe what happened in your own words? Whether we saw it in the video or not, just in your own words, describe what happened.
So when he came up to me, like from the video, from what I can see, because he's saying trapped all over, it was like 3 years ago. And there was another video, but I was stopping a little. I could see I was stopping a little. And like I said, I'm lefty. I'm righty. I stopped him with my left, trying to like back him up. You know what I mean? And then
Let me stop you for 1 second. That interaction that we see, would that have been right after he said, I don't remember what your exact words were, but
what's up now, pussy?
what's up now, pussy?
Probably like 10 seconds later, he was still walking.
Okay. And could you see his face as he was walking towards you?
Yeah.
How did he look?
Oh, angry.
So could you tell as he was approaching you that you were headed for a physical confrontation with him?
His hands wasn't up. It was more so walking. So then when we got to each other, he initiated, like trying to like grab me or try to like grab me by my collar. That's why you see like that, and then I like grabbed him off. You know what I mean?
So as best you can remember it, he was the first one who grabbed you by the collar,
Then he grabbed me by my collar.
and then you raised which of your hands to
My left.
your left hand to separate from him.
Yeah.
Okay. And as he grabbed the
He did. He
collar
said he
of
was a
your
lefty.
sweatshirt, what did he do?
I think he's just trying to tug at me and like talking and going back and forth. And then Elijah, everything happens so fast. And Elijah gets in the middle.
Okay. When you say he's talking at you, do you remember anything that he said?
Like I said, it was 3 years ago. I would have to see what I said before I say something that I kind of like vaguely remember.
That's fair. But so as you sit here right now, today, 3 years later, you don't specifically remember the words he said. Is that what you're saying?
Not the words so much, except for like towards the ending when the gun came out. I remember that.
Okay.
I remember the words that came out when the gun came out.
As best we can, I'd like to go through it step by step. So when he first approaches you, you're saying he's saying words, but you can't remember the words?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the tone that he said these words with?
Oh, at that point, like, we pretty much damn near fighting. Like, he's saying what he's trying to get, I don't know.
I mean, did he sound angry to you?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Were you saying anything back to him?
Yeah.
Do you,
I don't remember.
You don't remember your words?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember your tone?
I was angry because he touched me. I was just like, the fuck off me, or probably like. But then, mind you, the gun came out seconds later, so then my tone got really angry after. Because, what the fuck you got a gun for? And that's what I said.
Okay, so you kind of move forward. You remember being angry because he's tugging at your sweatshirt. Then he had a gun in his hand. You see where the gun came from?
Came from his waistline.
Okay, so
Came from his waistline.
This might be clear to everybody except me, but can you have Mr. Efron identify on the screen who's who?
Yes, please.
I'm the one on the right, and it's Rocky with the black hoodie.
For the record, he's holding on the left side.
Yeah, sweatshirt with some type of graphic on it.
Yeah.
Here I have some photographs of his clothing. I have three photographs. Can I just staple them and collectively mark them as being 16?
16A through C.
Okay. I'm going to show you 16A. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yeah, that's my hoodie.
Is that the same hoodie that you were wearing that day?
Yes, it is.
And is that the back of the hoodie?
Yes.
And then 16B, do you recognize that?
Yes, in front of my hoodie.
Same one you were wearing that day?
Yes.
And then 16C,
Yes, my sweatpants.
same one you were wearing that day?
Yes.
Okay. So your sweatshirt or hoodie had that graphic on the back,
Yeah,
correct?
yeah.
Let's go back to the video. If I can remember where we left off. So you, oh, yeah, that would be too long for my video.
So we're establishing who is who by the clothing that they wore at the time.
So you're saying that you were upset that he grabbed you by the collar, but then he produced a gun with his from his waistband, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you remember which hand he was holding the gun in, his left or his right?
Probably is right.
Do you remember? Or?
No, I don't remember.
Okay, you just remember he had a gun in his hand.
Yeah, just we had nothing to.
Did you? And I don't mean the incident that you saw it, but throughout this incident, could you see the gun clearly?
Oh yeah.
Do you know the difference between a semi-automatic pistol and a revolver?
Yes.
What is the difference between those two?
One of them have a clip, and the other one you explode up bullets.
Do you? If I told you that a revolver had a wheel,
Right.
does that make sense to you?
Yes, it does.
And the gun that you saw him with, was it a semi-automatic, as you say, with a clip, or was it a revolver that has a wheel?
It's a semi-automatic with a clip.
Okay. Do you remember what color it was?
Black.
And do you remember anything else about it?
No.
Had you ever seen that gun before?
No.
Did you know the defendant to carry guns regularly?
Not literally. I think one time he says I seen like on his wallet he had like a firearms in New York one time or something like that, but I don't remember ever seeing like or knowing like physically knowing.
Okay. I mean, like, did you personally see him with a gun on occasions before this?
No, he has a lot of security.
Okay. Did you, if someone said that the defendant was known to carry a prop gun or fake guns, would that have been knowledge that you personally had?
No, he don't carry big guns. I mean, he don't prop guns.
Yes.
No,
You never knew him to carry a prop?
no.
you ever know him to have any guns? And I don't mean, now I want to kind of broaden it, so not that he would carry in public, but guns that he would have either at his house or anywhere else.
Not to my knowledge. I never physically seen any guns on Rocky.
Okay. Except for
At night.
that day when
Yeah, that night.
Okay. Now, from what we see on the video, the two of you move off screen off the video. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And when the two of you move off of the screen, is that where he first pulled the gun out of his waistband?
Yeah.
What was the first thing that you saw him do with the gun?
Oh, he pointed at me, and then that's when Elijah was like in between, and he's like, "I'll kill you right now, pussy," or like whatever, like just was. And then I'm right behind Elijah, and I'm saying, "If you brought a gun, use it then." Like, the fuck you brought a gun for, pussy? That's the words I was saying to him.
When you said he pointed it at you, where on your body was it pointing?
Like towards my stomach, like towards like my headish a little. Like everything was happening so fast. So fast. You know what I mean?
And from what you're describing, was it moving?
Yeah, it was moving. He had it up.
Okay, so he didn't just hold it at your stomach. It was kind of
No, he was looking for a spot to shoot.
Okay.
Like if Elijah wasn't there, I don't know what would have happened.
And you said as he was pointing it at you, what did he say?
I'll kill you right now.
And was that in an angry tone?
Yeah, he was livid.
Was his voice elevated? Like, was he yelling this at you, or was this something he was saying quiet?
Yeah, because we were yelling back and forth at this point.
All right. And you said that after he pointed the gun at you, you became angry, correct?
Yeah, I became furious.
So what did you say back to him?
I told him to use it.
Why
Not
did
because mentally, like, I couldn't believe he just pulled the gun out on me. So I'm like, what the fuck? Like, you better use that shit. What the fuck you got a gun for?
Can you explain? I want as best you can to the jury, explain to them what you mean by I can't believe you just pulled a gun on. What is that? What do you mean by that?
Like, I physically cannot believe there was a gun in my face. Like, that was the breaking point for me. Because like what I said, I told this kid numerous times, if you have a problem with me, let me know. You know what I mean? I feel like this got to the max. Like, this was like no return. So if I was willing to die for my respect at this point, I don't care. You get what I'm saying? Like, if this is what you want to do, I still have my dignity. That's how I felt.
You're saying I can't believe he did this to me though. Did you ever think that he would actually shoot you?
At that point, I don't know. Like I said, I was just so mad. I seen the gun. I didn't care.
And so when you told him something to the effect of to shoot you, I mean, did you have a death wish at that moment? Did you want him to actually shoot you?
Oh, of course not.
So why did you say that to him?
Because I was just so mad. I seen this man just pull a gun out. You know what I mean? Like, I was furious. Like, what the fuck is a gun? What are you doing with a gun?
Were you mad because specifically it was the defendant? Or do you think you would have also been mad had this been, say, just a stranger?
What do you mean?
So if a stranger had pulled a gun on you the same way that he did, how do you think you would feel?
Oh, I would try to run. Or try to, like, if a regular person pulled a gun out on me,
Yes.
I'd probably be dead. I don't know. I'd probably run, probably get shot.
Do you think you'd respond the same way and said, shoot me?
No. Stranger? No.
You think you'd be scared in that scenario?
The only reason why I said that is because I know Rocky. I know him. You know what I mean? So I felt at the moment that was the right thing to do. Especially, it goes back to Mr. 6-month man. I'm not going to let you feel like you come around and do what the fuck you want. You get what I'm saying? Like, you're not about to pull a gun out on me. It's not happening. I mean, you already did, but I'm going to let you know in front of your two little minions you brought with you that, because I'm pretty sure they would have ran back to this crib and told everybody else, oh, I just pulled another gun on Relli or did this. Like, no. If they're going to go back to his house, they're going to say, Relli stood up for himself. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yes, thank you. So I believe you said that Hills was the one who got between you, correct?
Say what now?
Hills was the one that got between you and the defendant.
Yeah.
Let me play this forward a little bit more. And I'm gonna pause it here. I think we're at 14 seconds. That person that we see in the blue jacket, who's that?
That's Hills.
All right, and what is Hills doing at this point in the video?
He's breaking up. He's trying to de-escalate the situation.
Physically get between the
Yeah, physically. Yeah.
all right, I'll play it forward. Now, I can go back if you need me to. I paused it at 23 seconds on this video. The very
I'm gonna pause it real quickly. I want to share my screen real quick. I looked up starter pistols, and as you see on the screen, this is the way that I guess starter pistols look like. Maybe this was the reason why they were asking whether or not it was a revolver, which is what these up at the top are, versus like a 9mm that looks like these. But these, these starter pistols are orange. But as I keep going down, we do see a starter pistol that looks like this, that looks like that. And we do have a starter pistol over here that is, and I hope you can see it. That's down here at the bottom with the wood grain behind it. That looks similar to the gun, but not. And then the one next to it right here. And all of these, I guess, are considered, if they put blanks in them, would be starter pistols. But most starter pistols look like a revolver. So, and this looks like a starter pistol as well. So I just wanted to kind of point that out. I think that was the reason why we were looking at what's the difference between what kind of gun that he had, because up here at the top it says revolver, track, 9mm, vintage, blank, athletics, da 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 da. But I did want to just kind of stop to show what those starter pistols were looking like.
Bottom left-hand corner, we saw someone with a red kind of jacket. You agree with that?
Yeah. Yes.
Who was that?
Jamal Twelby.
Okay. What, if you remember, what was Twelby doing during this interaction?
He was off to the side the whole time. He was not trying to, like, everything happened so fast. Like, from what I can remember, he was just, like, looking. That's why I said, like, even after everything, like, I don't care if he don't talk, I still love the kid because he put himself in between everything. You know what I mean? Now, Twelby, he was off on the side. He was just looking, like, and then when I definitely seen the ills intervene, that's when he kind of intervened, but I don't think he would have did anything.
Okay. Is it fair to say that when you're having this interaction with the defendant, you're focused much more attention on him?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Very far less so than whatever 12 is doing. Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll just kind of play it through here. And I'll stop it where this video stops. So right at the end of that video, we saw someone, a part of their body, their lower part of their body, comes back into the frame. Did you recognize who that was? I can go back if you need me to. Just a few seconds. Okay, great. Let's stop it right there. That is at 25 seconds on the video player there. That person that we can see, just the lower half of their body. Who's that?
That's Rocky.
Okay. And can you see the gun in his hand there?
Yeah.
That's the same gun you pointed at me.
Yeah.
What did he do with the gun after Bill separated the two of you?
he put it back away. But I think from what I remember that day, those people that walked by, they kind of like stopped everything because once he seen them, he kind of like, because I'm yelling, I'm literally yelling. And that was like, I feel like that was one of the ways that like, I didn't get shot too, because I'm yelling at the top of my lungs. You know what I mean? I'm making a scene. You know what I mean? So once he seen like those people walk by, he put it away, and that's when he started like kind of walking away.
The people that we see walk by, they had nothing to do with.
No, that was just a couple, I believe. That was just a couple walking by. Like I briefly seen them off my peripheral.
Okay. So after he puts the gun back in his waistband, you said he walked away. Where did he go?
He was going down the same block that he came from.
Now, the landmark street that you know is Hollywood Boulevard. Was he walking towards Hollywood or
Argyle? I guess that's Argyle down.
He's walking down Argyle.
Yeah.
But away from Hollywood Boulevard?
Yeah, away from Hollywood Boulevard.
Okay.
One second.
Do you remember the clothing that Hills was wearing at all?
I think he had like a varsity on and like had something like that.
The varsity, was it a blue jacket?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was like a Stussy jacket, like a custom one.
Before I move on from this, at the first point where the defendant is pointing the gun at you, how far away from your body was the end of the gun?
Oh, it was damn near pressed up against me. Like,
did it actually touch you?
I don't remember everything happening so fast.
But if it wasn't actually touching you, it was very close.
It was very close. If anything, I'm pretty sure it probably touched Hills. That's how close it was.
Did you say to the defendant, put that fake gun away?
No.
Is that something that you would say?
No, well, why would I say put that fake gun away?
Or why, does that confuse you because you don't know when to actually carry a fake gun?
It's just confusing me all around.
The incident that we see as it's captured on the surveillance video, from the time that the two of you first come to each other to the time where he puts the gun away and walks away, is that the total amount of time that this incident took?
What do you mean?
Meaning, after you all walk off camera at the end of this clip, was there anything else that you remember that happened at the parking garage, or was that he just walked away?
Okay, so right after Elijah's still next to me, and I look off to the right, and I see Jamel putting like kind of kneeling down, which is 12B, ASAP 12B. I see him putting away a knife. So at this point, mentally, I'm already fucking furious, right? I see Jamel putting a knife away. So I'm like, what the fuck you got a knife for? That's exactly what I say. I see Jamel putting out, what the fuck you got a knife for? Because I'm thinking this is okay, if me and Rocky got a problem, it's a white flag situation. The other two should not be interacting. If anything, they're going to be de-escalating or breaking it up. So to my knowledge, I'm like, oh, hell no. So now I'm walking with them. And I'm literally screaming out at the top of my lungs, damn near, on how Rocky failed us and how Jamel went on tour with Rocky for about 8 or 9 years. And he's back in the projects. Not that it's his fault, but this is the type of things that occur. You know what I mean? You pull the blanket away and there's nothing there.
Okay.
And then I'm saying other things too. I'm just verbally expressing how I feel. You know what I mean? Because I know I would never see this dude again. You just pulled a gun out on me. You know what I mean? Like, I probably would have walked away if I didn't see Jamel with the knife. Because I'm still with ills, like right here, kind of. But when I seen that, I'm like, well, fuck it. I'm just gonna talk whatever the fuck I want to say.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you some follow-up questions on that and break it down a little bit.
Okay.
From what you're describing, the additional interactions that you had parking garage were seeing 12, correct? With the knife?
Oh, yeah.
But had the defendant, had Rocky walked away?
Say what?
Had Rocky walked away?
Everything was happening fast. So he was not quite far away. He was not even like, it's probably like a little bit from like where you at. And I'm standing right here. In 12, he's probably like, everything's so close. You know what I mean? But it was just still kind of like backing me off.
Approximating 15 feet.
Okay, so, but my point is, the video that we watched is almost exactly 30 seconds from the time you guys come together to the time you walk off camera. Is that your recollection of maybe how long that interaction at the parking garage took was 30 seconds?
With the whole incident right there?
Yes.
I wouldn't know.
Okay.
Unless I like look at the video timestamps and stuff like that.
Is it fair to say that it was quick?
Oh yeah, it was quick.
Okay. Then he went walking, you said, away from Hollywood Boulevard on our, correct?
Yes.
And he was about 15 feet away from you. The defendant was about 15 feet away, and that's when you saw 12B.
Yeah, his back was turned though. He was like kind of walking already. 12B, no, Rocky. Rocky was kind of walking away already. It was just still next to me, like, because you know we just broke up the situation, and 12B was putting the knife away.
How close to you was 12B?
I wasn't, probably like about, if I was to skip, probably like 3 skips away, because after I said, what the fuck you got a knife for, 12B kind of kind of walked a little faster to Rocky.
I've had a lot of people estimate using different things. I've never had anyone estimate with skips. How far do you think a skip is? Or
because that's what I was thinking, because I was physically thinking, I was thinking about punching 12. You know what I mean? Like, what do you got a knife for?
But how close was he? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
He was about 3 or 4 skips away.
What does it get me? Like, how far is a skip?
You know what I mean?
No. How far is a skip?
You can point to something in the court.
Like into the middle of where that line is at, like not too
like here?
Approximately
yeah,
7 feet from
like right there.
Okay.
About 7 to 8 feet.
Yeah. A little further actually, because he's bending down, so I'm like he's putting the knife away, so then when I see that I'm like what the fuck am I do right now?
Let me stop you though. The knife specifically, what did the knife look like?
I don't know. I just seen it quick. Everything happened quick. I just seen him putting away the knife, and then he said it's not like that. He said, no, it's not like that. And then he's walking towards Rocky.
What is putting a knife away mean to you? Like, is it a folding knife or he's holding?
I guess it was a folding knife.
Okay, not like he's wearing a sheath and he's tucking it in his waist.
No.
All right. So he's folding the knife and he puts it in his pocket.
Yeah.
All right.
No, I think he put it in his coat. Like he kind of like as soon as he seen me, observed him putting the knife away, he kind of like put it away, kind of scurried off to Rocky, like towards Rocky.
All right. So if the defendant was the first person to walk away, is 12 the second person to walk after him?
Yeah.
And then you're standing with Ills.
And I'm walking with Ills pretty much, and Ills is still telling me, yo, okay, go, and I'm just letting them have it, like just telling them whatever I feel like. You know what I mean?
But you're kind of side by side with Ills.
Yeah, I'm side by side with Ills. Because that's why I was able to like grab him or whatever.
You used a couple terms in your answer before. You said this was like a white flag situation.
Yeah,
what does that mean?
Meaning we're all ASAP members. So if one person has a problem with another, I'm not expecting anybody else to intervene, or like, you know what I mean? Other than like supporting the person they came with, which they did. They supported Rocky. It was in LA for the couples.
Did you feel like, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so this isn't how you felt. Let us know. But did you feel like this whole situation, this whole link up,
as you described it,
It was a setup.
oh yeah, for sure. But I don't think the other two, I think they were just, because Rocky had everybody in his house. I was looking on social media later, and I noticed everybody was in his house. So, and if he's flying them to LA, I'm pretty sure he's not getting them a hotel. So I'm pretty sure he's still in his house.
I didn't interject, that was a leading question.
It was leading and it was also non-responsive. Let's take the break now, folks. We're going to resume. Remember, tomorrow's 10, not 10:30. So please be outside the courtroom doors as close to that time as possible. We will resume with Mr. Efron's testimony. Go ahead, please.
All right, we are going to re-up tomorrow.
Please don't look at anything in print media or electronic media. See you tomorrow.
Well, that's 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, which will be about 12 noon for us, for me, and 1 o'clock for Eastern Standard Time. So what are y'all thinking? I'll just cut down the sound. So what are y'all thinking about this? Because his skips. So one person, so he's saying that ASAP Rocky had the gun. He's saying that ASAP 12E had the knife. They're walking away, and he goes, he follows him. Okay. I don't know. Maybe we can get some more clarity tomorrow when we watch this. Most definitely. Maybe we'll get some more clarity when we watch tomorrow. All right. So y'all, do y'all have any questions? Thoughts from the testimony that you all have seen today? Is ASAP Rocky guilty or not guilty? 1 for guilty, 2 for not guilty. From the testimony that you all have looked and witnessed today, what do you all think? Do you think that ASAP Relli is a credible witness? What say you all? Because one of the things that's having me question is that the way he is speaking, there is just so much information that's being left out. Now, I don't know if that's because of the way the prosecution style is and how he is pulling this information from him, but there's just a lot of different times when he is talking like and assuming that we know what he's talking about, and I'm talking about ASAP Relli. We had the last of the testimony for Officer Zizzo, who went around and made sure that we understood the wherewithal about where all these things had happened and what their part of the investigation was. And we do understand that they didn't. They responded to the 911 call. They went out and canvassed. They did not see any cartridges. We also established the difference between a revolver and a 9mm pistol. Revolvers are the ones with the barrel in it, and you put the ammo in there, and it will not expel cartridges. Versus a 9mm gun, it has a magazine and it will expel cartridges. We do find out that the police did not find any cartridges spent around the cars. They didn't see any damage or any pertinent damage to any of the cars. We had our second witness, and I can't remember if her first name was Leah or Elizabeth, but her last name was Martin Brown. She was the one that called 911. She explained that she saw the gentleman in the car park. She didn't see if there was a gun pulled in the car park, but she did see that they were having an altercation. She did see that they went around the corner, and the building, she was on the 7th floor, and the building was obstructing her view a little bit, but she did see the vibe change. I like that she said the vibe changed. And she heard the shots, and I think she said she saw the muzzle fire too, and people were running or dispersing. She said somebody went down, and that's one of the reasons why she called on 911. All right, y'all didn't put anything in the chat as far as the poll, so I guess no one is ready to figure out whether or not that he's guilty or not. But anyway, I do have on my community page on YouTube. Just to let you know from what you've seen so far, that was the same question. Go to my community page on YouTube. I will be back here tomorrow at 12 noon Central Standard Time, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The courtrooms opens up. I mean, will they start arguments at 10 a.m. Specific Standard Time. So we will see you all tomorrow. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you all so much for rocking with me. Y'all, please tell a friend, tell a kin, tell your coworker, tell your heifer that you can't stand that I'm over here making these videos. This is my first full day. This is almost a 7-hour stream. Interesting. Join me in about an hour and a half. I'm going to come back to do a stream on the Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni case. I've got some information that I want to go over. It's not going to be long. If it's 30 minutes, the most that I want to make it is 30 minutes, but I would love for you all to come back and let's go over that case with me. All right, people. We do this every week. Please like, comment, and subscribe. Please share this video if you care. Please tell a friend, tell a kin, tell a coworker, tell that heifer that you can't stand that I'm over here making these videos. And as always, people, bye-bye. See y'all tomorrow.